Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, January the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Great. Okay, first off, though, I just want to talk a little bit about this WISA. Unfortunately, our provider has not adjusted it for the reverse split, so this is not up. Wait, just a minute now. Not seeing my single stock window. Just give me a moment here, guys. Here we go. So there's INTC. So where's WISA? Okay, so this is not up almost 10,000%. Okay, they did a 1 for 100 reverse split. So it just has not been accounted for. So just in case you're wondering about WISA and why it's at the top here. So Intel, INTC, had earnings last night, and here's the reaction, and reaction is still the same. So the mauve area is, is when they released earnings. You can see the big downturn. And we're basically still at the lows of after hours. So that's Intel, the INTC. So what's the next low looking left? The next low looking left is 2637. That's a big gap down on that float, 4 billion in the float to be down almost 10%. As I'm doing this, I'm hearing Mark for some reason. Mark, M-A-R-K, partners with, this is the news I just put up with. Partners with AAEON to simplify the delivery of AI-driven video analytics for a complex world. All right. So there's your press release for Mark, M-A-R-K. Probably a low float. Yeah, another low float. AUVI has joined the, we're going to sue all those illegal short sellers fray group, whatever you want to call it. So that's the reason why AUVI is up. There's no other reason that I can see. This is what I'm talking about. Announced it has engaged a legal counsel to investigate potential illegal short selling of its stock. All right. As more and more of these small companies join the other companies that are trying to fight these quote unquote illegal short sellers. QNCX. Wow, look at the volume already, 12 million, 27 million in the float. This will easily trade the float today. QCNX. I guess they sell some of itself. Legacy complete sale, etc. So they sold a piece of their company, I guess, to Lighthouse Pharmaceuticals, and that is QNCX. TCBP. I don't think I saw any news on this one. Very low float, under a million. TCBP. I don't see any specific news on this one. Had a nice day yesterday and a continuation today. BuzzFeed, BZFD. Last time I looked, it was near yesterday's high. Yeah, it's right near yesterday's high, 288. So this is a continuation play right now. Right up to 288. It pulled back right to the, wow, pretty big pullback. And it pulled back right to the 200-day moving average. You see yesterday, there's that yesterday's candle. That's where it closed, right at the 200-day. And now we've popped so far this morning, lots of volume again. Look at the volume yesterday, 204 million. Let's take a look at BuzzFeed to see where it could go before it hits the next resistance area. So I recall, yeah, it looks like 360. Looks like 360 is the next area on the weekly chart. GT, Goodyear, GT. Basically saying, yeah, they're releasing earnings on the 8th, February the 8th. but they're guiding. They're basically conditioning the market for a weak Q4 guidance. Cargo, CRGO. This was the trading yesterday as Cargo, CRGO. This is up 20%, not very much volume, 37,000 shares, not very much volume. And NMRD, gapping down on a financing, $1.75 financing. So it's actually kind of popping off the financing price right now. Still down a third, 33%. All right, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. Okay, so SI is trading lower after the company suspends its dividend on preferred shares. So it's trading lower on that news for SI. What's Bitcoin doing just in general? BITO. We're for negative open, guys. We've had, again, getting tired of this, but big topping tails on the SPY. Now they made, I don't know exactly, I don't recall it being a big giant green candle. I mean, it might have been just for a second. But anyway, market is going to open slightly lower. Morning, Lance, and any of the other YouTubers in YouTube today, this morning. So here is a company that also did a reverse split, guys. Reed, R-E-E-D, a 1-for-50 reverse split is effective today. Our supplier has, or our data provider has that correct. And understand that now that float of 105 on a 1-for-50 reverse split, that float will be just a little over 2 million shares now. All right, guys, see if anything else is showing up. NVVE. I'm seeing POL. Let's see, it's POL. Oh, this is a yeah, it's a cheap one, guys. So if you're into the more cheap ones, this one is definitely moving. 36% up, 880,000 shares. Big float though. 101 million in the float for a sub $1 stock is a lot. All right, guys, 9/11. Let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our analysts. I'm going to take a look at my email and see if briefing.com has delivered. And the answer, not yet. Well, they used to be just like clockwork at 9:10 Eastern for me, but all right, just have to wait. Okay, all right, this is not shortable for me. AUVI not shortable for me. Good. Yeah, I didn't think of that, Jeb. Yeah, sometimes it is the agreements that are not filled out correctly or not filled out at all. Glad you're up and running. That's the main thing. SCPH, let's take a look at SCPH upgrade. Who's doing the upgrade? SVB Securities, that's that. It's buy rating. I don't see the upgrade. Lyric raises price target to 13. All right. No volume yet. Wedbush, okay. How about Chewy? Need Wedbush to do some stock that's under $20 and put some crazy price for. See, that's not that, 55 from 46. Come on, Wedbush. Make it like 100. Okay, guys. Well, I'm not getting my email yet from briefing.com regarding upgrades and downgrades. May have to forego them today. Let's take a look at the sectors, guys. 9:13. Let's take a look at the sectors. Like I said, we're in for a negative open. Let's see if they're all negative. And here is the sector status channel. Interesting. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is XLE, the major energy ETF. Usually it's all or nothing. When I say all or nothing, usually you'll see 100% green or 100% red. It's about 50-50. What does that mean? So that means about 50-50. It's about 50-50 stocks that make up XLE are they're above, obviously 55% are above yesterday's close, 45% are below yesterday's close. Okay. So when we take a look at the rest of the sectors there, and I don't usually talk about utilities. Yeah, I mean, consumer staples about 50-50, healthcare is about 50-50, retail's a little under. Tech, tech and communications. Yeah. Okay, so we're in for kind of a mixed open. Take a look at these with relation to their 200-day moving average. After yesterday, the nice day we had yesterday, I'm assuming that most of them are going to be above. Look at retail. Retail's had a beautiful rally now, guys. It rallied for a couple of weeks to get over the 200-day, then it dropped, and now it's over again, the 200-day moving average. Communications, I think yesterday was finally the day. Yeah, look at that communication sector, first day in a long time over the 200-day moving average. We'll have to see what happens today, of course, but that was a long time. Look at that. Look at the slope of that line. If you can see it on my daily chart, look at all the prices here. I mean, this was probably the worst performing sector. XLK technology, I think it probably moved above also. Yep, same thing. Wasn't quite as bad as communications, but XLK now above the 200-day moving average. Technology. Consumer discretionary. That's always an interesting one. Buying things you don't really need but want. Okay, here you go. So it's still underneath the 200-day moving average, and I think consumer staples was flirting with it all. It was yeah, for the longest time it was above. Well, it is a little bit below also. Consumer staples and discretionary are below the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. Again, this has just been hovering over that 200-day moving average for a long time. Take a look at materials, XLB, another one above the 200-day. So most of the major sectors, guys, are either very near or above the 200-day moving average. In industrials, XLI. Yeah. Okay, let me see if my all right, there they are. Okay, so I'm gonna get the upgrades and downgrades in. So not a big list of either, not a huge list. There's the Chewy upgrade from Wedbush. Okay, now I'm gonna get the downgrades in. Just looking to see if there are any, again, multiple downgrades or multiple upgrades. I don't see either. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Adjust my clock display. I don't even know how to do that. There should be the chart feed should be just about bang on, Gray. Okay, I mean it should be just about bang on. So when I click on an alert, the chart loads. So I'm not, but I do not know how to create seconds in that. Maybe there's some kind of a never thought of it. Adjust date and time. Yeah, I'm not even sure how to do it, so sorry. Is there somewhere here that it says seconds? No till Mike? No, it's not a dumb question. Do I use trade ideas to day trade slash scalp? Sorry if this is a dumb question or dumb. No, that's not a dumb question. Well, I'm more of a day trader, so but I don't like to refer to myself. Depends what you mean by scalping. Okay, I'm not in for trying to make a nickel with a penny spread with a penny stop and things like that. Okay, so but I'm definitely a day trader. Okay, guys. Well, in and out. I mean, again, I'm a day trader, so but I don't have a specific time I'm going to be holding something. If the trade is still working, if I took a trade at I typically don't trade in the first 15. I took a trade at 9:45, and it was working. I would keep it all day if it kept working. I don't have as I'm not okay. I'm only going to hold stocks for 5 minutes no matter what. No. Yeah, look at Mark. All the way up to 191, right back down to 139. Tesla still is strong, guys. Yeah, Tesla is still strong. It's still above yesterday's high. Just an unbelievable run it's been on since it almost got under 100 back here in the 6th, January 6th, just about $100, 162 now. All right, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. This Goodyear tire GT, you can kind of see if it can take out 1088. It's a pretty big float, so it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this down if you're looking to short this. Yeah, just that there's too many little areas where it could get stuck on the way down, in my opinion. So it just doesn't look as attractive to me as it would if I didn't see all these little daily candles here, where possible sticking areas. Another one, I saw this in the pre-markets, SLRX. Up to 346 and then comes right back down to 279. I mean, these are big percentage drops. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. How's Bed Bath and Beyond doing after their late day catastrophe? I don't know what I'm talking about. Look at this. Started at 230, right at 230, and the stock was around 327. Gets all the way down to a little over two. But by all means, blame those naked short sellers for your business failure. Meta, big pop. Let's take a look at Meta. They have earnings, say probably next week, February 1. Yeah, looks like that's next week. Yeah. Meta embraces WhatsApp releases its native Mac OS client in public beta. I don't know if that's the reason. WhatsApp is, it's funny. I mean, it's definitely, I mean, I'm not saying nobody in North America uses it, but it's definitely more of an international way of messaging. And I know I don't mean it's not used in North America, but I know I hadn't even heard of it until I had heard that other people outside of the, in South America and Europe use it all the time. Would I be interested in Intel? It's an earnings play. I mean, the thing with Intel is has a huge float, 4 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this. I mean, it's already down 10%. That's a massive gap down. I mean, am I interested? I typically don't trade like super high float stocks just because I don't feel they're going to give me enough percentage move. This may be different today. But if I look at it right now, the next low looking left is 26.44. So, you're talking about 60 cents away. If it wants to keep going down, obviously, if there's any sort of a bounce, it's got all this area to fill. I mean, I typically don't trade stocks like this, but it's not to dissuade anybody else from doing it. Yeah, I just find things are too whippy in the first 15 minutes. Stocks will go up and down just like that. And yes, I will miss the ones that continue to run in a certain direction, either up or down. I will miss those, absolutely, but I've just over experience when I used to try to trade in the first, almost minute right when the market opened, try to, get onto one of these quick movers, only to see that they'd move up and then just fall almost immediately down again. So I have conditioned myself to not trade in the first 15 99% of the time. I mean, will I make an exception? Sometimes I will. But you know what? If somebody can, if anybody out there is listening to me and saying, "Well, I trade in the first 15 and I do great," great, keep doing it. Less than a minute, yes, less than a minute. Whoa, less than 9 seconds, 10 seconds. All right, guys, let's have a great end to this trading week. Give me one moment. All right, we are now open for business. I would say that years ago, if you didn't trade in the first 15, 30 minutes, that's when all the big movers were, and you could be doing nothing all day. This market, I mean, is completely changed. We can find stuff all day long, especially with trade ideas. So I don't let it affect me at all. If I don't take something, and I see something pop, keeps moving higher and higher, it doesn't bother me at all. Because I've just seen too many times where, yeah, you'll see a big topping tail, and then boom, or you'll see a stock that moves higher and then all of a sudden just sells right off. Well, right now, as we speak, market's trying to rally a little bit here. So the Dow is down a little, Nas is down a little, SPY is down a little. Basically the market is flat as we speak. Okay, I'm looking at some of the China education stocks, guys. So here's TAL on the way down. Let's take a look at KWEB. See what's happening with China overall. Flat. Nothing's really happening with China overall. I know I say this every single day, but look at this KWEB, guys, into the ETF for China. Solid. I mean, that's all you can say. Solid since November the 28th. It's moved up, flat, based, moved up again, basing, actually having a little bit of another move up, and contrast that with what the SPY was doing over this period of time, or the US markets were doing. So China has been really, really strong. And speaking of China, there's WB from yesterday, but on the way down. ENZC, let's take a look at ENZC. ENZC. Okay, so Chase, you're on your own in this one. First of all, it's a pink sheet stock, number one. It's so cheap, so I have no no feeling for that whatsoever. Doesn't look good to me at all. It's in a downtrend and no volume. If that's the right symbol. Take a look at Mark. It had a big pullback from its highs. So, even BuzzFeed, BZFD, so it got up to what, 290, and then it got down to 250. 40-cent drop on a $3 stock. I mean, that is a big percentage. Okay, so Goodyear is continuing down. GT is continuing down on their weak guidance for their upcoming earnings release on the 8th. And 1068 is the next low. This is what I was saying though. Every one of these little daily candles could be a bit of a little resistance area. I mean, it may not, and right down there is the 966 is the obviously some good support, but you can have little support areas all the way down. Well, I mean, again, it's early for me. Okay, I just can't commit to something like this. QNC, I mean, QNCX got up to 171, came all the way back down to 118. I mean, those are big percentage drops. So I mean, it's very whippy, very volatile. I mean, you had some news, yes, sale of their legacy, some product they got. I don't know how much they got for it. Lighthouse Pharmaceuticals, my guess is they're private, but let me just take a look. Yeah, I guess they're a private company. I mean, the volume's pouring in. I mean, there's no question the volume is pouring in. This is easily trade the float today. 27 million in the float, 24 million have traded already. So, I mean, the volume is definitely pouring in. And Mr. Market is putting in a nice green candle to start. But we saw this play before. Yesterday we had, a beautiful big green candle to start, and then all of a sudden a huge selling took place. We were left with a big topping tail. It's a very choppy day yesterday for me anyway. Now there's AI. I wonder how many people think this is actually AI as in artificial intelligence. This is AI. This is our old Arlington, I think. It used to be called Arlington. I think. Oh, I'm sorry. It is our artificial. Well, I thought this was Arlington before. Okay, I'm wrong. Or were they Arlington and they just completely changed their business model? Everybody wants to take advantage of now AI. Give me a moment, guys. Weber, okay, I don't see that we have a chart for this one. OBIO. Just give me a moment as I'm just adjusting something. So OBIO, I noticed that we didn't have had no chart. Oh, we do have chart data now. Okay, OBIO. So it got halted on the way down. Looks like this is, yeah. So they debuted as a Nasdaq traded company. So it's a business combination. Okay, so this was a business combination. So I guess this was a SPAC. Now, so it's now trading as OBIO. Yeah, there's no free version of Trade Ideas, but what I would, somebody asked in our YouTube room, is there a free version? And I'm very new to trading, etc. But I can give you something that might help if you're new to trading. When you say very new to trading, so I put my homepage link in. Excuse me, I put my homepage link in. And if you scroll down a little bit and you see Trading 101, I would recommend that it's free. I would recommend you take a look at this. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He basically put this course together and it starts off with what is a stock? Okay. I mean, it's very, very basic and it gets, more complex as you go through the various videos. Okay. So I would do that. If you're new to trading, I would highly recommend you take a look at this Trading 101. There are no shortcuts to trading, guys. You've got to put the work in, the time and effort and the work in. Our program is called Trade Ideas, and that's what we do. We can generate great ideas, but every idea does not necessarily mean you trade it. Okay, so you've actually watched both of the Back to Basics? Okay. So there is no free version. No, unfortunately, well, there isn't. The reason being is that we have to pay the exchanges. They don't care if we want to offer the product free for a while. So we have to keep paying the exchanges for their data. That's one of our biggest cost components. The AUVI approaching it just popped above it. AUVI approaching, I was going to say approaching the pre-market high, 172, and then but it fell right back down. So again, this is another company that is banding together with a lot of these other. Now, I don't. No, actually, there's no one group, but they're joining the outrage of the naked short selling. Keep an eye on COSM, guys. COSM, it's been flirting with 7 for a bit. Just over 7 now, good volume. COSM, the high yesterday was 744. You can see if it can take out that high. Takes out that high. The next high is 778. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing out areas where it could stall. Okay, guys, keep an eye on Holo, guys. Holo just got halted and it's going to have a huge open. It looks like a huge open. So there's Holo. The high yesterday was 1192. So there it is. Holo is halted. Yeah, you can't see the symbol here, but that is the symbol is Holo, HO, halted at 1065. Projected open. This will change, of course, but right now projected open is 1175. Now you can just see it change to 11. This will constantly change. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. So it got halted at 9:39 plus 33 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, that'll open at 9:44 plus 33 seconds. So in about 20 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. I'll keep this out. I'll keep this out. But you see how it changes. 11:18 now. So let's see. I'll keep it here and see what happens on the open. If it is a 5-minute halt. There it is, guys. 5-minute halt. So it was a pop. Always a difficult. Wow, look at this. Always a difficult one to trade. Wow. Look at this monster move now. But hopefully you can see this. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, Trav, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. But you can see how whippy it is. Okay, then just go to time and sales. Okay, fine. Well, I don't want to look at the tape. I mean, I guess I'm just time and sales. Just this is my time and sales. I guess you could call it tape reading, but I don't stare at this. This is not. I don't use this. All I do for this is just look at the bid and ask, and of course on the halts I can usually tell where it could open. Okay, no problem. All right. Well, we're 15 in now. I can start to. Take a look at some things, see if there's anything interesting. See again, guys, I mean, just look, this is exactly why I don't. You know, QC and X look pretty good, right? Got up to 147, it was running, and then it just boom, right down to 116. To read that later about Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah, let me remember. I was just talking about COSM, just talking about it. You know, so it popped right up to what 716. It comes right back down to 681. I mean, depends where you're going to put your stop. I mean, if you're going to have wide stops on these sort of ones with the low floats. Now let's take a look at Charge Point, CHPT. Look at the market. Nice 30 minutes. So, well, 15 plus 7 minutes so far. Look at this market. Go. So a couple things with AI through the 200-day moving average. That's impressive. Okay, AI through the 200-day moving average. Good spread, 1620, like a penny spread. Not bad for an 86 million in the float. Right now it's a 2 cent, but between 1 and 2 cent spread. So that's not bad. Look at this market. Any news on this one, AI? I don't see any news on this one, AI. Let me back this out on a weekly chart and see if what sort of resistance there could be on the weekly. Yeah, it looks like the next high. Wow, 1915 on the weekly. So that's got a nice yeah, potential fill here, guys. Oh, it's been a while since we've seen the 3D printers in play, but here's Triple D, guys. 3D, Triple D, 3D printing, etc. Well, you can kind of see that a SunPower SPWR can get above 1684, not that far away, about 40 cents away from that. The next high looking left is 1820. I'm going to stick an alert in that area, see if it takes it out. Maybe not, maybe it won't be today, but if it does it on Monday, it's going to have a little run. It's been in a, certainly in a, well, downtrend here for the last 3 days, bit of an uptrend. All right, guys, there's BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed over 3. BZFD over 3. Will it hold 3? Big important number. I think was it 340 something? 340 something, I think. Yeah, 360. 360 is in. See what happened? I mean, it got over 3 and then pulled right back down. Look at this market. So yeah, 340 is the next 360, I'm sorry, 360 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, Intel looks like it has yeah, I was just gonna say, is it showing up on my gap down in reversal? So bounce plays and reversal plays when the market's doing this should, as long as the market keeps doing this, should work pretty well today. For a while anyway. Meanwhile, AI is scripping higher here. And that came from my 10-day daily breakout right there at 9:45, 1623. There's the BZFD at 307. But I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this is how difficult. Got up to 313 and then it moves all the way back down to 270. These are big percentage moves. I mean, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, that's the whole thing. Where are you going to put your stop? You get into a trade, you have to have some place where you're getting out of the trade. Now, if you're looking at a swing trade, fine. I mean, then you can put your stop way down, the low of today's low or some other area, maybe even the 200-day. If you're trying to intraday something like this is really difficult, in my opinion, anyway, because I don't know where you're going to put your stop. All right, guys, Levi could be an interesting one. Levi had earnings yesterday. Good reaction. At one point, it was sold off down to 1683, but it closed up here. And now it's above yesterday's high. Of course, now it's above the 200-day moving average. So this could be, what I term a second day continuation of earnings, and that's LEVI. AMD certainly got affected by the Intel earnings, moved down, but it's now almost positive. Well, it's almost flat now, AMD. This was the trade of the week. All right, SI, do I want to short you? 1157, just looking to see where the next low is. Looks like the next low is 1208. Now you're going against the market, but this had, the news that they're basically suspending their dividend. Okay, guys, I'm just take a look at Mark here, making a bit of a move. Chewy on the upgrade. Okay, so that Wedbush upgrade. High yesterday was 47.60. So if it takes out 47.60, on that, based on that Wedbush upgrade, that could have a bit of a run in it, upgrading to $55 price target. But I'd certainly wait for if you're going to take this one, I'd want to see it take out yesterday's high, which is 47.60. Not too bad. This is shortable for me, but it's got too much support now. NMRD, they did a financing. Actually, the financing was at 175. So I mean, this is holding the financing level nicely. I mean, this could have a bounce. This is its NMRD. Okay, guys. So this Affirm, of course, has been all over the place the last few days. AFRM. As has RBLX. So the next high looking left is 37.78. So about $1 to that. And it's just over the VWAP now, 36.44, over the 200-day moving average. And that is RBLX. AVTA. So it started trading as AVTA a couple of days yesterday. Right. Surprised there are shorts available. Something going on here because there are too many shorts available. If it's just this was a merger of some sort. Commences a modified Dutch auction repurchase. Okay. A lot of shorts available. 2.27 million at Interactive Brokers. Hmm. Somebody in our Discord room. Trouble with the Discord video feed. Very slow and choppy for me. Well, unless other people say the same thing, I have no answer for that. Greenhorn. Anybody else who's in our Discord room? Pepe usually pop in there from time to time. They've snapped up the shorts on SI at Interactive Brokers. I just tried to short this and no shorts available now. Okay, so it's on. Thank you, Pepe. And I actually may have some interesting news about our Discord room. Well, this is a impressive start for the day, guys, on the SPY. We've had now 30 minutes basically straight up. Mentioned Triple D earlier, the 3D printer. It's continuing to move higher here. All right, guys, I have taken a short on this AVTA. I was able to get some, not at a bad price, I guess, 46. So we'll see what happens here. The reason I did it, this is showing up on my gap up and reverse. Now the market is moving higher, so typically these are not going to be working as well. You'd rather see the market moving down, but I've got a tight stop on it, so we'll see what happens. When I look left, the low of that 15 is 28.19. So I mean, it's plenty of room to get. There's plenty. There's a void underneath. I guess that's a better way of explaining it. And again, this is not a recommendation to do what I'm doing. Well, this is a gap up. This is a gap down in reverse, for Intel, INTC, gap down and reversal play now. And as I said, reversal plays will work a lot better when the market's doing this. You get the market totally on your side, especially a big stock like Intel, even though it had, I guess a disastrous earnings report. I mean, it's above all the pre-market highs now for Intel, INTC. QB guys from yesterday. QB had a terrible, terrible day. CUBI had a terrible day, and now it's in mini recovery. Look at this SPY. I know I'm getting distracted here, but I'm looking at my SPY chart here with these giant green candles, one after another. Anyway, QB on the mend here, guys. So the next high, of course, is yesterday's high is 31.10. So this has a bit of room. Okay, guys. Basically got out of the AVTA flat. Okay, it got down into the 30s. I was hoping it would get into the 20s, but again, with the market doing this, you know, have to short things right now, especially things that are positive for the day. So it was only because of the void underneath here that I thought, okay, has some room. It got down below these moving averages. It was below the VWAP, but didn't seem to matter. Market's just too strong right now. Wow. It was pretty impressive, guys, this SPY action here. You know, I get these alerts and I just click on them, and the first thing I do is look left on a daily chart to see where's the next high. So, for instance, CPG look interesting, but then you look left and the next high is 782. So it's only 20 cents away, less than 20 cents away. Just not what I want to see. Good morning, Ija. So Cosmo actually now COSM. It's like it's trying to settle down, but still has to get through that next high looking left. Chemical guys, so CCJ, so uranium. I saw some other uranium stocks popping in my crawler. This is what I'm talking about here. This is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Let me just make one little switch here. Here we go. Again, one of the scans I'm sharing, just a different way of looking, displaying our data in what we call a compare count window. So it's like having two competing strategies, stocks that are moving up greater than 300,000 shares versus the stocks that are moving down with greater than 300,000 shares. Other filters in place also, a price range and things like that. So the interesting thing is if I'm watching this crawl and I see a red, I mean, with the market doing this, if I saw something in red, I'd be clicking on that saying, okay, why are you moving down when the market is, moving so much higher? And again, that is a scan that I'm sharing. You guys are talking about a SAN, ASAN 1506. Is that high there? You know, this has got some room, guys. The sand has got some room. 1588. It looks like 1588 on the daily chart is the next high looking left. Now, you know, you're being chase mode right now. Ideally, now if you're in this one, I don't want to see it pull back on you, but ideally, maybe a little bit of a pullback to the 15 price because it's got some room. 1588 is the next high looking left. Hmm. Then AVTA went right back down. So for instance, here's MAG showing up as a moving down, MAG getting close to the 200-day moving average. 1394 is the 200-day moving average. So it's right in between the VWAP at 1428 and the 200-day at 1394. So it's stuck in between right now. Wow, I mean, if it took out the 200-day, the next low looking left is 1264. That would be a lot of room underneath still. Yeah, this crazy one, HKD, it's coming back to life a little bit here. HKD coming back to life, a lot of volume coming in. Are you kidding me? They pumped out a little bit of news. My 1st of May to commence shooting in the trading floor, filming next. The comprehensive one-stop digital solutions platform in Asia. Okay. Okay, there's a little bit of news for HKD. Well, look at this triple D just kept moving, guys. Yeah, beautiful reversal for Intel. Okay, guys, now there is your topping tail on that last SPY candle. Okay, this is the next one that's forming. So a little bit of a topping tail. Okay, so I mean, remember, it was all the way up here, and then the sellers kind of closed it here. Let's see if like we don't need giant green candles all day long, but how about something, if we're gonna have a red candle, don't make it a big giant red candle wiping out the previous one. That's what makes it difficult. Who's your broker, Melks? Who's your broker that has shorts for BZFD? BuzzFeed? You're in Centerpoint or something? All right, so 3 cents a share. That's not terrible, I guess. That's not terrible at all. And that's at trade zero. Well, I guess I got a little jumpy on the AVTA. I actually was looking to go long. It got up to that 50 level, and I was thinking, okay, maybe I should take a look at. But there's that VWAP 29.76. Yeah, so trying to trade HKD, I mean, you can, anything is tradable, but understanding that you're going to have a pretty wide stop because this is very, very volatile. All right, CDLX, CDLX. The next high looking left looks like 713, so it's above that now. Take a look at the weekly chart. Where could it keep going? Looks like the next high is 1031. So on the weekly chart, the CDLX has some room. It's trading 4 times normal, not a lot of absolute volume, only 353,000 shares, but it is trading 4 times normal right now. CDLX, what's the spread like? 4 cents. It's not terrible. TXO, is it released yet? TXO, somebody's saying TXO is, oh, it is. Okay, guy, yeah, TXO. 5 million shares at 20. Okay, so this is one that did not show up on our Halts Resumes. So one of the quirks about our Halts Resumes is that I would say 90% of the time when it's an IPO, it'll show up as a resume. But not this time. Wow, look at AVTA. Son of a gun. Well, I had a pretty tight stop on it, so that's the that's the trouble. You have a tight stop, you take more shares, tight stop, and had it done this, I'd be laughing, but Probably being helped a little bit by the that red bar in the market. Foxo, guys, I'm just pouring some coffee here, but Foxo just popped into the Halts Resumes. Just got halted, Foxo, F-O-X-O. And yeah, pretty low float, 21 million in the float, 8 million have traded, 106 times normal. Came from 60 cents up 113%. You did? I didn't see that post regarding Foxo. Let's take a look at the weekly now. Where could this thing go? Looks like the next high is 116, which is very close to. So after that, 174, that's on a weekly chart. So on a weekly chart, this certainly has some room to run. Let's see where it could open. Okay, so there's no ways, well, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, 109, I mean, right now, there's no big clue. It's halted at 109. There it is, the bid ask, 109, 110. So basically there. So if, when it opens and then it dips down below 109, like not back down to 60 cents, but say it got down to 101, 102, and then it popped through 109 again, that is when I will sometimes take one of these halts. Halt resumes plays. Okay, so just if it goes back down below the at first halt price, which is 109, and then moves back above it, I'll probably take some. Hmm. You must have, you're not talking about mine then, are you, Rob? Because mine is not printing money today. The only one that really would have worked was the AI. The alert at 1623. And for a while, got up to 1677, but certainly BuzzFeed, no. And XM, no. Which one are you? Okay, so you must have a variation then of it. Ah, under $1 on your scan. Okay. All right, so Peloton has a bit of room. You know, the next high looking left is 1214. I mean, if it get back up there, what did it get to today? Got up to 1223. So if it can reclaim that, then the next high is 1258. So it's got a little bit of room. Okay, guys. Well, Peter, okay, so Peter Smith in our YouTube room says after Steve, meaning Steve Gomez yesterday, who was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, I'm paying close attention to the Smart Stop. Any advice? Well, I mean, it's just a guide. That's all it is. I mean, you can pay attention to it. It's an algorithm that has been created. If you look at the definition of the Smart Stop, I think it's the volatility of the 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, numbers fed in, and it generates a Smart Stop. Whether you follow that or not is up to you. I don't because I have a different idea of where I'm going to put a stop. But if I mean, if every time you click on an alert, every single time you click on an alert, HARP. So they're suggesting that if you took this trade right here at 110, your stop is 106, pretty tight as an example. I'm just using that as an example. So any suggestions? I don't use it, but it doesn't mean it's not usable, I suppose. But here's SNTI. So you take this trade as a long 189. Your smart stop is down here at 180. So what you can do, Peter, is try it. Just try it in our simulator. See how that works out for you. And remember, the smart stop changes all day long because it's always adjusted all day long because it's always based on the high and the low and the volatility of 15-minute candles, etc. So when I click on an alert, so if I click on AI right now at 1630, it's suggesting a smart stop at 1593. Okay. If AI moved up to, back up to 1663, that smart stop will move up because when you click on an alert, the smart stop is generated for the current price. But try it, Peter. Just try it in the simulator. You can try it manually. Let's do it with AI, just as an example. Okay. So I'll get simulator going. Okay. So let's just take some AI. And we'll take 300 shares. I'll go in at there's only a 1 cent spread, send it. And then I put my stop at 1586, see what happens. Hey, all you can do is try. That worked out quite well actually, because I like to demonstrate a risk of $100 in the simulator. So if it goes down to 1586, I'll be out $97 in the simulator. Wow, Foxo, wow, came out of that halt and exploded. It did not do, I forgot to keep watching it. I guess it did not get down below 109. So it's halted again. Oh, it did? Oh, shoot. Shoot. Well, I got distracted by, I guess, answering a question or something because I would have taken it then. If it did get down to 104, then it obviously had to pop back through 109. I definitely would have taken it. Well, if somebody took that, Foxo on, I hate to use the word suggestion, just my idea, then great, because you're obviously doing okay on it. Yeah, it's not my advice. I hate to use the word advice, okay? Somebody in our YouTube room saying I followed your advice. Honestly, it's not advice. I have to be very careful, you know. I mean, there have been people who've been sued left and right now. Um, some of the people that we sort of knew even on Twitter. I'm not a financial advisor, so I cannot tell people, oh, hey, take this trade right here. Just an idea, an idea. I know you're pulling my leg a bit, but okay. We got a little bit of a bug here, so what I'm going to do is get rid of this Brokerage Plus and bring it back again. It's always on this, oops, development build. Why did I see there's a little bit of a bug? Because my today P&L was not upgrading or updating. Well, you may not do that things to do in Hawaii, so maybe Ija would, you see, so I got to be careful. Yeah, so Mr. Keith is does exactly the same thing I do, okay, in terms of stop losses. My stop, my stop is always the worst I want to do in the trade, the absolute worst, okay? But if I look at something and I'm in the trade and then I see it start drifting down and maybe the market is affecting it, I'll get out of the trade. I won't, I won't let it get right down to the stop. And that's just, something so that's the worst I want to do on the trade is where I place my stop. And the worst I do in terms of how much money am I willing to actually risk on the trade in terms of a dollar amount. Now, don't remember now, people say, well, wait a minute, aren't you risking $4,800 or whatever on this trade? No, no, it's $4,800. Give me a moment. But I'm not risking $4,800. I'm risking 100, okay, on this trade because I'm not. You're only risking the entire amount of the trade if you let it go to zero. Okay. All right, guys, sorry about that. Foxel halt again. Now on the way down though, okay, on the way down. So yeah, I mean, if I've been in this one, wow, look at that. It popped up to 145 before it came down. So if I was had been able to take this one, let's say around 113, 114, I would have been out definitely some before that first halt probably. And then for sure when it popped up to 145. I mean, I'm not saying you could get out right at the top, but certainly if it were starting to move down, I would be probably out everything. I mean, it's a huge percentage win. Yeah, so we're sort of entering into choppy territory again with the SPY. We have that big topping tail of the 10 o'clock 15-minute candle. Then we've got a bottoming tail of the 10:15, and then the 10:30 bottoming tail. So let's see if these bottoming tails are really going to help, because again, the sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers are steadfast right now, anyway, in their defense. But we'll see how long they remain. So, Peppy, did you see that Gray asked me to put seconds on the clock? Is there a way? Not that I ever thought of that before. Computer clock at the bottom right-hand corner. Fetch. Let's take a look at Fetch. FTCH. Well, yeah, I mean, a ton of room. Got to take out 7, but if it can take out 7, boy, the next high is 890. So there is a ton of room for Fetch. FTCH has earnings next month. 200-day moving average is up here, 821. That's far enough away. All right, GME, are you going to entice me to short you? GME now underneath 20. Well, again, the only news on AUVI is that they're joining this, going after the short sellers. Okay, so merging with Puro. Oh no, this is. Sorry, I thought maybe they were merging when it said that a couple other short sellers or companies that are going after them. But no, that is a merger with some company. Hmm. All right, first time anybody's ever asked me to put the seconds in, but maybe I'll take a look at that. Another one that's kind of low volume, EXPI, double, like two times normal volume, relative volume at this time of day. Spread like 59.62, not terrible. Really had a nice few days. Again, let's take a look left on the weekly. Whoops, on the weekly. Well, I'll heart it anyway. See what it's doing or what it could do. This has got some room, guys. On the weekly chart, 1832 is the next high for EXPI. About $1.70 away or so. Thank you, Pepe. So hopefully Gray read all that. I don't, yeah, the delay is minimal. Well, that was the play, guys. The Intel bounce, definitely the play of the day. INTC, the Intel bounce from the low of 2684 right now at 2820. And this showed up on the continuation or reversal, gap down and reverse. First alert. Now I delay my alerts until 9:45 in this particular scan. I like to see again because things can reverse or move up and down so much in the first 15. So I put I put a on the time count. I put 15-minute delay, so nothing. I won't get anything until at least 9:45. So 2731. So speaking of all that, let's take a look at my homepage and all the information you can get on my homepage, including that scan and others, if you want. Okay, guys, so there is my homepage. So I'm going to click on my homepage link. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take, oops, you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here, there is a promo code you can use. Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual for premium and standard, 2,000 and 1,000, less the 15%. But if you're not sure if you want the program, don't take out an annual. You can always start off on a monthly. Standard is 118, premium is 228. You'll get that 15% discount on the first month only. Okay. Cannot believe how many people get upset. They don't understand why they're getting paid, why they're getting charged the full amount the next month. The monthly subscription, you'll get the discount the first month only. Obviously, otherwise, if it was 15% every month, why would anybody take out an annual plan? Okay. So just to be completely upfront about this. Now, if you do want to take out an annual plan, if you take out a monthly and you want to take out an annual plan later, yeah, we'll honor the 15% discount. The big difference is the AI, which is kind of meh, as they say today. Not going to really go over it. And again, if you want to, if you're going to take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started, the Getting Started, 10 short videos going over the download and install, first startup and login, etc. Okay, mandatory you do that. If you're brand new to trading or maybe looking for a bit of a refresher, Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, some of you may know him, put this together. Basically, his wife at the beginning of the pandemic was not working. So he said, how about I teach you how to trade? And she had no trading experience whatsoever. So it literally starts off with what is a stock? Okay, this is absolutely free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. Also, AMD has done well this week. Education section right here. Here's a great user guide. There's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. Obviously, the user guide has much more information, but you don't have to learn everything. Okay, but you definitely should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. Here's the getting started again. Daily support. So today is Friday. So what happens between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday, I do take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. That'll be in about an hour and 10 minutes or so. Here's the free room again. More educational videos about trade ideas. And then here are my scans. So again, if you click on my link, you have to scroll down, and then here are my scans that I'm sharing. So I've got here's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that you see. I was showing you the gap continuation or reversal scanner. So here they are, the ones that I'm sharing right now. So if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link and then that promo code. This room is free, and the room will get credit for the subscription, and I will get some credit also. Okay. But also save my link, because later on you can always take a look at my scans. I do change them from time to time, and that big education section. There is a link for Discord. Yeah, I can give it to you. And we may have found a workaround. We may have found a workaround for the for Discord now. The difference between the Discord room and the YouTube channel is the Discord, there's no delay. There's no time delay. There's always a bit of a time delay in YouTube. Look at this market now. Stop it. Stupidity. You know, straight up for an hour. Now we're going straight down. Big candles now, wiping out everything. So there's no Discord, there's no delay in our Discord room. And I've been told I actually sound a little bit better, and the video looks even cleaner. The reason we haven't really promoted the Discord room is because there was a limitation on how many people could see my screen, which was 50, 50, not the number of people in the room, but those wanting to see my screen. It appears that there is a workaround. So, I mean, right now there are only 12 people in the room, so you could easily go over there and, you know, you'll definitely see my screen, but there's appears to be a workaround. Am I going to keep you in suspense? It's something to do with something about making more rooms, each with a stream. Okay, but it should be seamless for you guys, and so it's like an overflow. So if you go, well, I have to find out if it's seamless, but I just have to see if it's seamless. In other words, if you come into the Discord room, you won't even know it, but I've created the same room, sort of duplicated the room, and so that you would just, you wouldn't even know it. You would just be immediately put into the room that has the viewing capability. So I could maybe, create, I don't know, right now, 7 rooms, 7 or 8 rooms that would handle 400 people. I know some don't like Discord, but I love it because it gives me a lot more flexibility. And it's really the same, guys. I don't know why people don't like it. Here are the tabs, the same tabs. You come in and here are the same tabs. So I really don't understand why people don't like it, but it gives me a lot of flexibility. And Discord certainly is something that is well known. So we'll see. We'll see. Meanwhile, look at AI, guys. Took this in the simulator. Okay, took this in the simulator. Did not hit the stop. I don't know. I don't know what happened here on the spy. Let's see if I can. I'll load the spy and see if I can get a headline here. I don't know if this is the reason. Yeah, I don't. No, not that I know. I don't think any economic. Typically, they come out at 10:30, so I don't think anything. If it's during market hours, I don't think anything came out. I may be wrong. Well, Dak, you might be getting your wish here on the AUVI in terms of hanging around 170. Give me a moment, guys. Again, internal discussions. Man, guys, I mean, the emails we get, I haven't said this for a while, but I'll say it right now. So I think some of you, and I'm not talking about anybody specifically in this room. I'm just saying the like the general you. Some just try to overcomplicate trading with, and if we don't have like we don't have we don't have the SMA 3.5, 3.5, okay, then I can't trade. You know, I mean, to me, it's insane. People just really try to overcomplicate trading. I mean, trading isn't easy, but to start to overcomplicate it with trying to create the magic indicator. And I'm gonna say it again and again. Auto trading is not the way to go. I know people want to auto trade, is not the way to go. You think I'm kidding, Tank? We've had that, or I need to have second charts, like 1 second, 1 second charts. I need them. Can't trade without them. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this IC. I mean, it's having a nice comeback from its lows of 18 to 22 about a couple of weeks ago. Again, it has this, yeah. Well, believe me, we've had people say, I back tested something with a 5 cent, I want to profit of 5 cents with a 1 cent stop, and it works really great when I back test it. How come it's not working in the real world? Because you're up against, companies that spend billions of dollars to get half a centimeter closer to the exchanges. Anyway, I got off my, I mean, it just, GME is trading down. Well, simulations, certainly, you're right, Doug. I mean, look, well, it's insane to have a 1 cent stop. I mean, it's that crazy, okay? But the AI and anything else, it's not designed for scalping like pennies. Yuck. Look at Aspen here, guys. ASPN. So Aspen is, I guess it's relatively new. 1214, 1010 is the low here, so it's way below that. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Looks like the low is 793. That looks like the all-time low, 793. Just looking at the position and lifetime range. You can't hear anything? It's working. I know, there'd be people saying that if they couldn't hear me, that they'd be letting me know. Remember, I don't talk all the time. Okay. Somebody's saying they can't hear me in our Discord room. So Grom from a few days ago, guys, you hit the GROM, yeah, hit that 377 on the move here. Look at the volume coming in to Grom, GROM. Again, risky. Look at the float, 689,000 in the float, highly risky. So, you take something like this, you just can't take too many shares because where are you going to put your stop? The next high looking left is 263. Argument to be made if it can take out 263, it's going to get a lot of some people interested. No, all the rooms are free, JD. You don't have to purchase the plat. You mean purchase? You mean trade ideas? No, no, all the rooms are free. Here's an invite. All right, guys. Let's take on looking at some of the meme stocks. AMC, GME, it continues to penny by penny inch its way down. This ASPN is just continuing down, guys. ASPN just continuing down. Lots of shares available. A million. I'm not going to take it now because it's too extended, but this ASPN, sorry, yeah, ASPN Aspen. Okay, guys, EXPI, that came from Zach's topping scan. Let's see if this has any room to move down. I took this at 16, what did I get in at? 1653 on the short, 1653 on the short, EXPI. So with the market doing this came on Zach's topping scan. I'm not, again, not in, not saying to do the same thing. I kind of missed it. I probably should have been short a little higher, but I'm just looking at what the market's doing. Okay, Mr. BuzzFeed, over three again. Okay, this is one of those, I think it's very difficult to intraday trade it. But I guess if you kind of believe in this, if you call it a business model that Meta is going to, keep giving them money to try to create content or send content creators over to them, then it becomes more of a, I guess, more of a swing mentality. And again, that has that high of 360 looking left. And again, I'm not saying to swing this, but because I find it very difficult to intraday trade it. Look at how choppy it is. I mean, and now, wow, now it just soared up to 322 as I'm talking. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, so, all right, EXPI is paying me a little bit here. But I'm telling you guys, I'm definitely hitting these things pretty quickly also, taking some. I just don't trust anything in this market. All of a sudden we get a giant, green candle, which wipes out this. So I've taken some off already. Covered some of my short on this EXPI. I mean, this is the area that I thought 1621 was, I don't want to call it a target, but 1621 I thought would be a support area. Could be a support area for EXPI. So it almost is reacting to the market, that bottoming tail on the SPY. I mean, it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite style of trading. Believe me, having to watch the SPY and watch the things I'm in, but I'm just not finding too many other things. AI though, wow, what a great demonstration of. I'm not in this trade, okay? I'm not in it, but what a great demonstration in the simulator though. All right, let's take a look at Foxel. You guys are still talking. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it hasn't utterly collapsed. There's the VWAP 105, so it's still above so it's a little bit above the VWAP 105. High was way up here at 146, so it still has room to go if it wants to get near that high of the day. Just one moment, please. Okay, so Foxo, yeah, it's sort of interesting. I mean, if it gets going again, the volume's still pretty good. I mean, there's a nice bit of volume burst right there. Traded the float already, 21 million, traded 30 million, so it has traded the float. Mentioned this one earlier, guys, the CDLX, holding the VWAP at 702, holding it. See what I mean about the EXPI? Just a quick hitter. They got right down to, almost right down to that little support area. Yeah, 27. Support area was 22, 16, 22. That I thought was support. So that's why I basically took, once it got that, I took most of it off and now I'm completely out of it. What does it mean trading the float? Well, okay, here is, let's take a look at AUVI, good example. Okay, so the float is 6.39 million. It has traded 56 million shares. So if you divide 6.3 into 56, what do you get? Now about eight and three quarters or so. Okay, so it has traded the float over 8 times. Okay, which is means this is really in demand either on the upside or it could be on the downside. No, I mean just in general. Okay, so that's what it means. You take the float number and then you divide it into the actual volume that has been traded today, and that means the float is turned over almost 8 times, over almost 9 times now. So I mean that's abnormal action, obviously. If you take a look at another stock like IOVA, 120. Oh, just a minute, please. So check this out. I mean, here's the float of IOVA, 120 million in the float. It's traded 2 million shares. Obviously, hasn't traded the float. It's going to be very difficult for a stock that has that much in the float to trade the float. But the ones that trade the float over and over, like trade the float over and over and over again, those are obviously the stocks that are in like having a lot of abnormal activity. Grom is another one. With that crazy low float, 689,000 in float, that's so low. And so, the good, yeah, it goes up to 259 like that. The bad, it drops immediately. So it's That's why you won't find too many in this list here that have traded the float. 80, and for a stock to be worth trading, it doesn't have to trade the float or multiple times. It doesn't have to, but you can kind of see. I mean, so some of these ones that trade the float over and over and over again are certainly in play. BuzzFeed, another one, 19 million, traded 104 million. Lots of enthusiasm. Where could this keep going? Oh, that's right. I went through this exercise before. Yeah, I mean, look at this, guys, with the AI. That should be in this instead of demonstrating in the simulator. But 1915 is the next high looking left. That's on the weekly chart. Now, in the simulator, if I want to get out of a trade, I just flatten it. Okay. So if I had a bunch of trades in here, I just highlight the one I want, flatten it, or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Wow, this is a great break now for AI right here. Great break. So now, of course, I could move my stop up. That's probably on the daily chart, right, Cam? I was looking at the weekly, but yeah, it's probably on the daily chart. And there it is, guys. I mean, there's the AI 1623. There was the alert at 9:45 and 17:10 now. So this is the don't repeat version of this. So when right beside it. So what happens here is that you every time AI or any stock that you'll see here makes a new high for the day, you'll see it over and over again. Here, you just see the very first time of the alert. So I can say, okay, at 9:45, it was at 1623. What did it do from there? Well, pretty good. It's stacked on $1. BuzzFeed, BZFD at 307. The alert came in at 9:51, 342 now. The only one that I don't think really XM 1510, even wow, and my 10-day daily breakout's working well today. 1510, XM got up to 1570. It's an earnings play from a couple of days ago. So you see AI making a new high after new high. You'll see it in this window. But you'll just see it the first time here. And again, well, not because it's not surprising. Well, maybe a little surprising. Usually I haven't got anything on the 10-day daily breakdown. So if you look at the filters that are in here, and both of these, very, very tough one. Oh, here's SOUN coming in. Let's see what if SOUN, what has it got? Well, we know it's a 10-day daily breakout, so we don't have to worry 10 days, but I have to go back here. 193, so it's above that line. And let's look at the weekly chart quickly and see if it has any room. Yeah, it looks like the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 262, guys, for SOUN. Meanwhile, AI continues. So why do I get so few alerts in here and here? Well, check it out. If I right click and configure, I'll show you the setup. So this is the key one right there. The current volume is at least 8. It has to be trading 8 times normal up to this time of day. So that's why, you're not going to find so many stocks doing that, of course, with other filters in place between $2 and $35. It's got to be at also a 10-day high. It has to be above the high of the last 10 days. And then a stock has to be at least 40 cents up from the open. That's why a lot of the cheaper ones will not show up because, to get 40 cents up from the open might be a little bit tough. So, I mean, this is what I'm saying. It does, a stock doesn't have to trade the float for it to be active. I mean, 86 million in the float, it's traded 9 million. All right, so I'm interested in the SOUN if it takes out 2 again. A little bit of a pullback. A lot of volume came in. So I'm going to stick an alert at the high and see if it takes it out because it does have the room to run if it wants to. All right, guys, 11:27. In about 30 minutes, I will be taking my break. So I'm going to check to make sure it is Andy in our YouTube room. If I want to get out of this trade, I just flatten it. Okay, it took me out of the trade. So these are These are good columns, in my opinion, to have, okay, in the simulator, or if you're trading, if you have an IB Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account and you want to use this window to trade. This tells me that today's P&L, that's an obvious one, $252, okay, on that AI trade. The max I could have made would have been 331. So in other words, if I had been able to get out right at the very top here, whatever price that was, 1732, that's what I would have made. Now, nobody is saying that you can get out at the absolute top on any given day. But what you wouldn't want to see is, say, a max P&L. Well, I'll use this number, 331, and then you allow it to move down, and when you finally get out, you're only up $50 as an example. Okay? Because there's one thing, you can get the great setup and all that, meets all your criteria, but now, how are you going to manage your exits? And that is, that's why you can practice in a simulator. The other one I like is the distance from the exit price. This is telling me then of course, what I'd love to see when you get out of a trade, assuming you went long, when you get out of a trade, you want to see a nice big negative number. In other words, you got out of a trade and now it's way below where you got out. You're going, yeah, a good exit, right? So the distance from the exit price is a nice one to have also. Conversely, you get out of a trade and you see a big positive number, you're going to think, man, I guess I got out too early. Okay, SOUN, can you do anything? And yes, I'm in it. Yes. Not a low float, 112 million in the float. So that's a pretty impressive move for that, 33%. What do they do? Soundhound. Another AI. Boy, AI guys with that chat, they have to come up with another acronym. Can you remember what chat G something or other? It's called a chat AI. But anything now with AI in the name, and it just dropped down below. Well, I have to keep an eye on it. It didn't hit my stop yet. And by the way, it doesn't matter where my stop is, okay? When you have to have a trading plan, and you have to figure out where you're going to put stops. Is it the low of the previous 5-minute candle? Is it something you're sizing up on a chart where you think there's a good support area? And if it broke down through that, you want to be out of the trade. This is why you've got to practice trading. You can use our simulator. You have to be using our downloadable application if you're going to use our simulator. Okay, it doesn't work on the web. We don't have the option available. You don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. Peter, you just got to practice. I mean, every time it hits you have to have your reason for getting into a trade. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, it is Andy. Remember, when you get into a trade, you have, in my opinion anyway, you have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 on risk reward. So if you've determined, that your risk is going to be 10 cents on the trade, based on maybe that's the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or there's a support area 10 cents away. Well, then you have to be able to look at the chart and say, okay, can it move 20 cents before it hits some kind of a resistance area? Maybe something on the chart, maybe a moving average, maybe the VWAP. So you're going to, and when you get used to trading, you'll be able to size this up pretty quickly. And so if you have a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2, then you take the trade. Okay. Now let's just say you get into this trade and it moves 20 cents for you. Now you're in your profit zone. Now, for me, if it dipped down below that, I'd probably take some out. But there'll be tens. There'll be in the situation I'm describing. Every 10 cents would be another RR, risk reward. Okay, so again, if I'm risking 10 cents on the trade, again, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 20. I could make 30, I could make 40, I could make 50. Every 10-cent interval is another risk reward. And so what I'd be doing is even on the charts, I would be no. Now, the other thing though, too, is if you get into one of these, lower float situations and the thing just pops on you, I'd be taking some out. How much? I don't know. Every trade is different for me. I don't, it's not like I trade out a third of it or half of it or 10% of it. It's sort of a bit of a feel. But before you take a trade, you should have an expectation. No, it doesn't, just because you have the expectation of making a 1 for 2 risk reward doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. Another way of looking at it, some will look at the 10 SMA. I know you follow, you've seen Steve, Peter. Steve will have the 10 SMA on his 15-minute chart. And, as long as it's holding, he won't get out of the trade. I'm not that kind of a trader. Well, I shouldn't say that. If the stock popped up at me and I was able to take some profit, yeah, maybe I'd have the discipline enough to not get out of anything until it. So I've made money. So at least I've had a profitable trade, and then I wait to see if the 10 SMA holds. I mean, I don't trade that way, but I mean that's another way. Or the VWAP, maybe it approaches the VWAP. Does it hold? You get out. There's no right or wrong way. The only wrong way, in my opinion, is not having a stop. But with this AI, if I've been in this trade for real, what I would have been doing is as it was approaching 17 on the way down, I probably would have taken some out. Okay, because I'm always wary of that whole number. And then, hung on and just to see what would happen. But it also, I mean, it really depends on what you are trading. I mean, something here in the large cap gainers from the open, probably not going to be as volatile. You can probably hold on a little bit because not as volatile as these ones. And that could be part of your trading plan. I will not trade volatile stocks. That's fine. Again, if you show up on Tuesdays in our YouTube room, you hear Michael talk all the time about having a trading plan. And that could be a trading plan. I don't, even though these are wildly exciting. Give me a moment. So yeah, these are wildly exciting, but again, you know, with the big moves up and even be greater moves down. And these are just not as volatile. So if I were new trading, I'd probably just concentrate on this race. And remember what the race is all about. In this particular race right here, the race is based on a top list window. And if I look at the configuration I've got here, stocks between $10 and $50, minimum 500,000 shares, up at least 2% from the previous close. And these are the two key ones, 500 million minimum market cap and 50 million minimum float. So if stocks meet these filter requirements, any stock that meets those filter requirements, when the race starts, so here's a 4-minute race. So right now, AI is leading. You know, you can just sort of see it. Now, it's not a huge percent. It's moved 0.38% since the race started. Okay, that's what these percentages refer to. But does that mean, now you'll see over here, you can see some pretty strong percentage moves here. But again, volatile, highly volatile. You got to be prepared, you know. Can you mentally handle this sort of these sort of trades? And the beauty of the racing is that, you know, here's a list of stocks. So AI is 13% up from the open. Okay, every one of these are all column headers. Okay, any one of them you can sort on. In other words, you can see, okay, I want to find the stocks that are up the most from the open. So that is the change from the open percent. That's that filter up here. So you know, you can add as many filters as you want, and you can click on them. And so if I want to see the ones that are up the most from the close of yesterday, AI is also up 14%. But the beauty of the racing is that I may not know that something is moving. You know, it might be down here. You know, BMBL at 1.7% from the open. I would never see it. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it's now 3%, 5%, 10% from the open? The race will catch it because it doesn't care how much it's up. Okay, it's a race like any just like any other race. Everybody starts off at the same starting line. So whatever is moving the most, you will see. So it doesn't have to be moving the most for the day, but it could be starting to move and you won't miss it. And that's what these two races are all about. Well done, Tank. Yeah, you got that 370 BZFD. Now, so that's what we saw. Sorry, that's what we saw here. 360, so it's above it now. Next high is 418. Nothing saying it won't get there. This market is nuts, guys. 45 down, now 30 up, wiping all that out now. You mean the scan, Jamie? Not the chart. You mean the scan. How would you change the 10-day up to a 5-day? You mean the scan, not the chart, right? Just semantics, I guess. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, okay. So yeah, pretty simple. If I right click, click on configure. This comes up. Yeah, so here's the position in 5-day range. So you could so that's the filter that you'd use, and you'd put 100%. So just like here, okay. So there's the position in 10-day range. I've got it at 100, so it has to be above at least. Well, most of them are above the 10-day range. I suppose in theory it could be right at the top, but no, all you have to do is just add the position in 5-day range, like I did. Just do a search. There's the position in 5-day range. You could add the filter. There it is. Put 100 here, and then if you don't want the 10-day range, just just delete that number. Make sense? Just have to, so just put 100 in the 5-day and just, delete that. I'm not gonna, well, I'll do it. And now that same, everything will be, I didn't add it. Okay, I didn't add it. That's why you don't see it here. Okay, you understand. So let me cancel out of this. Yeah, I mean, you get more alerts. Okay, guys, so maybe take my break pretty soon. So this is a good example. I'm in this SOUN at 203. This got up to 230. That's a tremendous percentage move. The minute it got up to 230, I was toying with the idea of taking some out at 230 and didn't. So the minute it dropped a couple of pennies is where I took quite a bit, because I don't trust these. I don't trust them that they're going to keep moving. And how can something goes from 203 to 230 in, less than 15 minutes. Sure, how to create. Now, okay, so Free Game TV, I am sharing these two. Okay, so, excuse me, if you wanted them, just give me a moment. So, I am sharing those two race scans. I also want to, if you click on my homepage link, because I can explain, but I think it's also, you should know where to find it in the guide. So in my scan section, so if you click on my homepage and then just scroll down, click on the scans. So here they are. Here are those two races. Okay, number one. Number two, if you click on the education section, click here, education. Click on the user guide. Okay, and then you'll see TI stock races. And I think there are 4 videos, and it goes over the setup and, all, like, everything really. So, I can explain, but I think it's good that because you won't remember everything necessarily. So it's good for you to know where to find in the user guide all about stock racing. Okay. Give me a moment. So again, the races always start off from a top list window, always. Okay. You right click, and here's my top list window. Again, I'm sharing this, but you could create your own top list window with your filter values in it. So in this one, this is the price range that I'm looking at. You may have a different one. Here's my minimum volume. You may want something different. So these are just all filters. So you could create your own top list window, okay, with the filters that you like. You could even create a top list window and add a symbol list to it. So you may only want to run races on 20 or 30 stocks that you like every single day. Okay, you can do that. You just have to create a symbol list, and then you attach it to the top list. And once you've got your top list done, then you just right click, launch the real-time stock race. Okay, all this is in the guide. And then just to give you an idea about the options you've got, I'm just going to right click. I'm going to duplicate the window. Okay. Okay, so here it is. So for me to see, like, for people say, well, how did you get a 4-minute race? I don't want a 4-minute race. I want a 5-minute race. I want a 10-minute. I like, how do I customize it to the way I want to trade? Okay, well, so you stop the race, you hit that square, and then you right click, and then you show the race setup. So this is basic. These are the options that you have. So you can see right off the bat, I'm running 4-minute races, but of course you can change it to whatever you want. I'm running my races on the change from the open. Okay. Every one of these, if I there's a little down arrow there. What you're seeing here are the filters that I have in the top list. Okay. So obviously you can have as many filters as you want. And so if you wanted to run the race based on relative volume, you could. Anything that's here. I like to run my races on the change from the open. That's just my personal preference. And the delta value means I want the change. So I want to see the ones that have changed the most right at the top. Okay, all this is in the guide. I don't expect you to remember everything. Number lanes, 10. So I want to see 10 stocks. If I only wanted to see 5 stocks, I would say 5. Auto rerun, I think is probably most people, that's what they do. Because when a race is over, you probably want the next one to start immediately. Auto start at time. So I like to start my races at 9:30. You can start running them in the pre-market if you want. I just like to have my races start when the market opens. All up to you. All in the guide. Now the other thing I forgot to mention is that the beautiful thing about all this is that it creates a watch list for you, an automatic watch list of stocks to follow all day long. The ones that win the most races are going to be here. So Foxo won 9 races, as an example. You may be looking at this going, wow, okay, had the pullback, holding the VWAP, maybe it gets going later. Put a price alert somewhere, perhaps, in an area that you might want to take it if it hits. But you do the same thing for all of these. Just click on them. Just because something won or only one race early on in the day doesn't mean that it's over for the entire day. And it's the same thing here. This is just again the larger cap version of this, not as volatile. A top 10 list is created for you automatically. Now, if you're new to trading, I mean, this is, to me, it's invaluable because one of the issues with most new traders is I have no idea what to look at. I have, what I see all this stuff, especially if you're looking in a room like this, see all these symbols, like what the heck am I supposed to, how am I supposed to focus? Well, this gets you to focus. Forget all the other stuff. You can just focus on your top 10 list all day long. This is why you got to practice because XM. Let's take a look at XM right now. At a little pullback, you might look at this and go, "Wow, if it takes out the high of the day, I want to know about it, and maybe I take the trade." As an example, so you just have a nice short list of stocks to follow. All right, guys, 8 minutes. I'll be on my break. Andy will be taking over for me. Oof. Okay, guys, I mentioned nothing on the 10-day daily breakdown, but now there is. Aspen just showed up. ASPN just showed up. 896 was the alert. And now it's starting to drift down. I'm not going to take this one because I'm going to be on my break soon, but that's pretty interesting because it broke down through the whole number. Oh, she probably did, Dak. Yeah, it is amazing. It truly is amazing. This was going to be the one that, okay, I mean, underneath 100 for sure. Remember, it was going under 100 for sure, Tesla, until it didn't. I mean, this a big move. I mean, for 2.7 billion in the float. I mean, the move yesterday was nice because of earnings. This is equally as good, 8% with 2.6 billion in the float. Very tough for a stock to move, a high percent, pretty decent percent with a big float because it takes a lot of buying. Now the relative volume is 1.54, so I mean it is trading still abnormally. But this is one that don't, I'll say it now. I don't think it would ever trade the float. I mean, traded 130 million. It's got to trade 2.6 billion before it even hits that float number. But doesn't mean that it can't move. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating Andy will be here any moment. Any moment. Okay, guys. So let's take a look. So the SOUN, hopefully if you took this one, you've taken, you should probably be out of it now, okay? This is how whippy, I mean, it's wonderful. Yeah, I mean, look, great percentage move up to 240 from $2. Great percentage move. It's at 20%. But you've got to, I'll say this all the time. I don't keep nagging at people. You cannot wander away from your computer when you get, especially, I wouldn't wander away at all, ever, probably, but especially if you get into one of these with a low float, even though this was not a low float, but it's a cheap stock and anything can happen. So you don't get into a trade and think, okay, this looks pretty good. Go downstairs, make a cup of coffee, make some coffee, toast, come back up 5 minutes later, and this could happen. You get, your profit could just get wiped out and more. Thank you, No Till. Appreciate that. And what I'll do now is just put the YouTube link into the other two rooms so that if you want to head over, and he's not there quite yet, but he'll be showing up anytime now. And you can head over to YouTube and listen to Andy. Andy is a different trader from me. He's done a lot more intraday trading in the last probably year than he ever used to. But he's somebody he's what we will call a bottom fisher, looking for stocks that have been beaten up, maybe starting to turn around, and maybe hold for a couple of days. But you can certainly ask Andy. He's got some scans that are geared to that. One of them is called Dawn of the Dead. Okay. But you can ask him about, well, you can ask him anything about trade ideas, of course, but we all have different styles. And that's why we've got the five guys who, in our YouTube room, between 12 and 1, we have 5 different traders. So all sorts of different styles. So there's GNS. GNS will not die either. GNS leading a race right now. And by the way, you don't have to wait for a race to finish, before you click on it. You know, you see something starting to move up, just click on it, see what's happening. You don't have to wait for a race to finish before you decide to either trade it or get interested in it. Ah, are you kidding me? ATXI did a financing midday, probably destroyed the. Interesting though, that's a bottoming tail. Came right back up. 3.25 million at what price? 155. Well, at least it's done at 155. Mr. Andy, how are you?
Hey Barry, how's it going, buddy?
Not bad, actually. Turned into a kind of an interesting day for me, anyway. How about
Nice,
yourself?
nice. Oh man, not bad at all actually. Been sitting in some stuff and swing count for a while. That's performing pretty well. So
Well, I've
no
prepared them.
complaints here.
I've told them that you are a master at the little trend reversals of beaten up stocks.
Yeah, yeah. I've
That's kind of what you focus on.
I do. Now I will play strength. I mean, but I I I do like to get those turnaround candidates because they can uh, they can really profit if you get
Yeah,
if you're right. What I like about it is uh, if you're able to time that reversal with small size, and then when you do get that breakout, you can add to it, and you're kind of
right.
ahead of the ball game instead of chasing. But I will play strong stocks. Bought Netflix the other day. That
How about Tesla? Did you get into Tesla at all?
I did. I
Oh,
did. You know
good.
what? I bought it. I bought it in after hours. The day after earnings. So
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and
Is that
yeah,
a
I
nice little
had it.
move for you?
I had it for a while going into earnings, but I was scared, and I was like, so,
Oh, you
but
never know.
mm-mm.
It's
All right,
it's
let
a
me share
crapshoot.
my
You
screen.
know, I
It
mean,
is. It
really,
is. It really
you
is.
never know.
I seldom do I do that. A stock's got to really be beaten up, and if I feel like it's priced in, then
Right.
I may grab some. Let me share real quick, and
Yeah,
you take a break, man.
I
You
will
well
take a
deserved
break.
break. Yeah,
Thank you
for
very much.
sure.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Okay, 1 o'clock, or do you have to leave early?
No, 1 o'clock, 1:05 if you need it. So
Okay.
nothing
Okay,
going
thanks,
on here.
Andy.
All right, buddy.
Okay,
Take
bye.
care. Bye bye. Mike C, what's up, man? Hello, everybody. Speaking of buying, I picked up some plug. Picked up some plug down here since the EVs were doing well. Um, I picked up some plug down here around 2015, 26 or something like that. Just kind of, I like this pulling back to this moving average. Lee Ribbon's having a nice move there. I wish I would have got that in my another one to watch. I think if Tesla just keeps, man, that Tesla, I wish I would have added to it. But I am in some Neo and some Lee. Actually bought Lee after earnings, after Tesla's earnings. I got a good decent price on that one. But watch a couple of ones to watch, I think, for possible swing is this charge point. All right. EVGO is setting up pretty nicely. There's a first solar alert. Bought Tau this morning. I'll do this a lot of time. Put an alert in there, and right off the look at that, right off the 50 there in Tau. Got a You can see a 713 price on that. Solos on sale. Yeah, some of those ones. What was it? Solo. When they get down into these levels, I don't mind trying the RIVN. Obviously, nowhere near the levels at Solo and what's that other one? Oh, Nikola. I saw that trying to move the other day. To see if it's still doing. Nah. See, once they get down to these below $5, man, it's just you got to wonder when they get that low. It's like, gosh, are they going to make it? At least RIBN is even though the daily chart looks so horrendous, at least it's trading great cash position and trading above, well above $5. So that one I don't mind taking a shot on. Small size in that though. I bought it yesterday, as a matter of fact. But let's take a look around. Uh, let's see. I did buy that charge point too, just a little bit. Yeah, plug's getting a little bounce. Gosh, Neo has been so tricky lately. The openings have just been crazy. All right. Some of these ones, let's see. I was picking up maybe turnaround candidates. I'm a little bit of this uh, crowd from 100. Uh, CrowdStrike. Eyeballing this S, I mean, it's had a lot of downgrades over the last several months, and so maybe they're starting, or several weeks, I should say, starting to wear off. But that's a potential one. Keep an eye out. I'm in a little bit, but we'll add if it gets above uh, 15. That's the ticket. You gotta do it. Asan's another one, beating up stock. If it can get above this 50 period moving average and hold it, I'm not in this one, but one that's on my eyeball. Uh, Once again, beating up stock. ARC has been having a nice bounce up strong today. So keep an eyes on these ARC stocks like Asan, CrowdStrike, because they could have a nice bounce. But just to let you know, that's not all you know, play. I bought Meta the other day when it broke out of this level right here. So I'm not always trying to find bottoming candles. I bought Netflix the other day, right there when it broke out on this day after earnings. Uh, Goog, I bought the other day. Now, Goog, I took advantage of this pullback to the uh, 10 period moving average on the daily. Plug's getting a nice little lift. Trying to go to highs. CVNA, Carvana, huh? Yeah, that one, I would only day trade. This is one kind of like Bobby. You don't know, you wake up one morning when I see cash to debt ratio, huge amount of debt, uh, not making any money. That always scares me a little bit. All right. have to add to this crowd if it gets above highs here. F looking good on the daily, huh? Yeah, yeah, poking his little head up there on F. See kind of a downtrend here if it can get back above uh, especially that 200. You can see that 200-day moving average. I know a lot of people don't like even messing with 200 day, and the only time I'll look at it is like if it's on a daily chart, if it's causing some issues. But yeah, if the thing gets a back above that 200, it could be off to the races. Charge point is getting a little lift. I'm gonna have to buy a little bit of this EVGO. This one may be for I see charge point and plug rebounding going to highs. Trying to get above like about an hour high and that 10 period moving average. About a little starter there. All right, let's take a look at the averages. See what we're looking at here. Come on now, don't start doing this to me. Spies looking good. What can you say? They're finally above the trend. Okay, the trend you can see was. I'm not going to draw it, but it's pretty much even with the trend was pretty much even with the 200-day moving average, maybe a little bit higher there, around 400. So breaking that's a key level 400 there. We'll call that the trend line. I'm pretty sure if I drew it, it would be right around there. So, what you'd like to see if you're bullish is maybe 4 or 5 days of it doesn't have to really go higher, but maybe just consolidate sideways action and staying above that trend. Okay, because to me, it's just not a confirmation. It's it's not all systems go right now. You gotta wait and see if this is going to hold for sure. Let's take a look at the Qs. Qs may be a little bit of a different story. Let me just go ahead and expand it, and we will draw this. See if we're through it. Yeah, I would say, there's the trend was right about there. So we are, through it, but once again, same applies. Needs to trade above it for a while. And maybe even some consolidate. It is above the 200 now. Let me zoom out and uh, got this high going back over here. This December high. We're not even to there yet on the Qs. Spies, I would think we are through, but let's take a look. No, we're not. So definitely a pivot level right there as well, because you have a couple of. Go ahead and draw that for you. Yeah, so you kind of got some pivot levels there. You attempted here, you attempted here, and that's kind of a key level. So all is not, in other words, I think it's I'm still taking profits when I get them. Picking some, taking some off here and there. I do got a few positions that I'm probably longer term. Some of those like Google, Netflix, Meta, Amazon. Gosh, why are you doing that? Get up there where you belong. Don't overlap my races. Oh, oh well. Just have to do that. There's that Carvana kind of leading the way there. Nice moving plug there. Charge point doing well. And this EVGO, I'm going to add a little more at 87 because they tend to run together. Got plug with a nice move, going to highs. Charge point, another move to highs. EVGO is got a ways to go. So maybe we can get this thing, or I can get this thing. Attaboy, Neo. Sometimes these laggers, man, they're lagging for a reason. You got more sellers than buyers, but I like what I'm seeing in plug. I'm also day trading this Neo, so I got it in my long term, but I'm also day trading it. So yesterday's high, it may take a little bit off here. 47. Yeah, take a little bit off there. Neo, nice run. Now, bull markets are a lot more fun to trade than I'm also day trading. I got plug too, so I need to sell a little bit of that. That's a nice move. Hi, Iris. How are you? I'm sorry, Iris. I've played around with that. I just don't know what to do when it comes to uh, doing a race for a pullback scan. I've tried it, and I just can't. I think maybe alerts will be good. Better for that. I really do. Uh, just using a 25% pullback from highs or lows. The races, I don't know. I don't know if it's some sort of uh, configuration problem or what, but uh, I can't get it to work. Maybe I'll see if Chris can help me and we can work something out. But I've tried and it just it just doesn't work. Seems like no one can. Yeah, it probably it. I guess it's just you're trying to find stocks that are pulling back, but so in essence you have to run a kind of reverse, like stocks going down. Um, but yeah, I can't figure it out. I've tried. It's just hard to get it to work. Oh, nice charge point move there. Yeah, you might could try something like that. Uh, I just don't. I don't know what you would do for something like that. What DDD's had a nice move. What's CBAT doing? A little China stock. Yeah, it gets above there. Could get active. Sure, Mike C. Why not? Honestly, you would you wouldn't be that impressed if you saw my brokerage account. All right, this EVGO. It is yet to go positive. So with the move seeing in plug and charge point, I would be surprised if this didn't get some legs here soon. No volume. Make sure there's no like negative news out there on it. Probably a downgrade or something. Yeah. When was that? Yesterday? The neutral target from geez, that's pretty bad. These guys, man. That was yesterday morning, so that's good. And a lot of these downgrades when you get into a market like this, they won't work all that great. It's like CrowdStrike. That's why I'm in that. I know it just got a downgrade the other day, a pretty big one, but how to use float gauge, buy or sell. Steve's probably does that. No, I'm thinking a short float. Uh, to me, I don't. The size of the float won't keep me from trading a stock. I actually traded that one of Barry's that went off this morning. I day traded it. Let's see how it's doing. I'm out. Yeah, I took my profits on the move, but you can see here. Look at that float, 680. So for me, that's kind of low. So I know these things can turn as quick as they can go up. So if I play something like that, I'm typically looking for a scalp, and that's what I did in this one. Bought it around I think around 210, 212, something like that, and scalped it out. I tried to hold on to a little bit and then got stopped out of my final bid when it broke below 20. Uh, but uh, so I think that's the best advice I can give you when it comes to float is if you watch it when it gets below, like 5 million in the float, they can get really sketchy as far as how they trade. So but it won't keep me from, making a trade. And what it will prevent me from doing is buying too much size. And that's probably the best advice I could give you when you're playing float. The less float, the less liquidity, obviously. So you want to make sure you're not, uh, not putting yourself in a situation where you could really, you know, because they can come down fast. Look how fast this thing dropped from like 250 back down to 210. So if you buy a couple of thousand shares of this, and I mean, yeah, you may if you scalp it out, you can do really well. But boy, if you get stuck on the wrong end of some of these, it can cost you. Let's see what Blink is doing. Blink may be one to watch as well. Another charging. Now this one has a pretty decent short float in it. Wish I would have thought of that sooner and got it through 414. See, I got a competitor. See if anything else is out there. Taking a little more of this charge point up, getting up here close to some pretty good resistance there. All right, Tesla still going higher? Yes, it is. Boy, I'm gonna watch this Lee LI. I showed you I'm in that, but there's that 200 here it's running up against. It could be a go kind of a pause day to day and maybe one to watch. Put your little alert in here if it gets above that uh, 2-day high, maybe on because and this is the reason I've been playing, I've been, bottom fishing some of these EVs because think about how strong China has been of late. Well, these are China stocks, right? And they're not doing like the China market. So if the EVs do get going, you could see some incredible incredible moves real quick, like this leak could be really quick up to 30. Same thing with Neo. Uh, this was a bad, but real quick up to 14, really quick. This was that stupid day opening prints in the NYSE. S- Let's see. Patrick says Zach has a pretty good bounce plays and toppers, huh? Okay, nice. Yeah, man, there's no real resistance in this plug. It's getting a little tired here, but this thing could go all the way up to 1647 if it wanted to. But you know what? Like I said, I bought it in my swing. I just took my profits in my day trading on that one. It's Wayfair. I tell you what, if this is a bull trap, it's going to be it's going to be one heck of one because man, there's a lot of stuff doing well. Netflix is getting tired though. It's had a nice move. There's that S up to 15. All right. Yeah, I forgot about that LCID. Nice move there. Dang, I really missed this one. I was bidding it and it got up to do something and just totally missed it. Forgot about FCL too. Yep, Neo took out yesterday's highs. Or one of Barry's go off. OBLG. And not one I want to chase. Yeah, I'm sure that downgrade, that was a pretty good downgrade on that EVGO. Sometimes these big downgrades, it takes about 3 days to wear off. One to watch, it's holding its 10 period moving average, but it's one where I'm not gonna stick around. In other words, it didn't go with the other ones. I'm a little tight stop on it. Let's see where some option buy-ins coming in at. Sort by the put call ratio. Ah, that S. May have to add to that. I like to day trade that, but man, I don't want to chase that many bars in a row. I'll put an alert in here in case it pulls back. What's Asan doing? Yeah, that's trying to get above there too. Lucid, I would have, yeah, I'd like to have caught that earlier for sure. That's a nice move, some huge volume coming in. Uh, yeah, I love it, but I loved it earlier. I loved it maybe right around 9:45 or something like that. I would not chase this bar because you're getting up to some pretty good uh, resistance right here. So for me, I would maybe be looking for a pullback, maybe set an alert, somewhere where you think it would pull back to, and that's what I do, and just kind of wait and be patient. All right, with these EVs going like it may be too much. People may just shrug off that downgrade and start buying this EV Geo. Everything's so strong. It's a 5-day moving average. Like to see it get above there. See how the little peers are holding up. Plug still kind of stalled out there. Charge point still going higher, and charge point is probably it's more as biggest more aligned as far as a peer goes. That EVGO, I believe. Don't get me lying. Even Beyond is seeing some action today. So man, a lot of people going after some junk. When it starts getting this way, I start thinking about taking profits. When you see just a lot of stuff continuing to go, a lot of junk bouncing, maybe time to take some profits. Well, Lee's going to already go through that number. Not going to wait for. Yeah, plugs getting a little bit tired. Charge point is too. Yeah. As a matter of fact, when I get off this little webinar here, yeah, I'll probably start thinning out of some stuff. Yeah. That's sometimes that can be a drawback when you're, as far as your like longer term accounts go. You end up getting out some good positions, and they continue to go higher. That's probably been my biggest. When you've been a short term trader your whole life, a lot of times. So I'm trying to like let the ones like Google, Amazon, Meta, Netflix. I'm trying to just stay in small size and let those work for me. But it's hard when when that first big red day comes in, man. You can't help but go in there and start hitting buttons. Sell, sell, sell. Yeah, yeah, you're right, Patrick. Maybe some FOMO buying. Yeah, coins having a nice move. Whatever happened? Did this thing is SI? Yeah, this thing. Yeah, can't get a bounce. Yeah, I know. I've always wondered that too. Why does coin sit here and trade around with Bitcoin when they make money off the transactions? It's a crazy, crazy phenomenon. See if I can get a pullback in this plug. I may have to re-enter my day trade. Yeah, I think you're right. It's strange. We talked. A lot of the traders talked about that all the time. Why does this thing sit here and trade with the price of Bitcoin? I think it has a lot to do with just not only people misunderstanding it, but just all this the stupid algos that are in the industry now. Yeah, this is an interesting one right here. This options away from earnings that Chris shared with me. So I'll share this with anybody, and yeah, you can see a lot of I mean, look at this RIVN today. So let me go ahead and share. You may have it already. I don't know. You may have shared it, but this is a pretty good one. Oh, good. Yeah, yeah. It what it'll do, and you can sometimes I like to um, sort by the put call ratio. Maybe it'll show you stocks that are seeing at the top, seeing a lot more option uh, calling volume. Look at that AI. This was on there yesterday, and look at the move it's had since then. This is interesting. I'm gonna have to may have to buy some more in my swing. Find anything else in there? Of course, most of them with this market we've had today, pause, seeing some decent action in it. Of course, I don't know how silver's doing today. It's kind of down all the day, so it's probably just trading down with it. Yeah, let's check. Yeah, it's a good move that RIV in. All right. Take another look at the averages. Pretty much trying to go to highs here in the spies. Really no resistance either until we get to that level up there that I was talking about. Don't know if that'd be a big move to happen today, but maybe Monday or Tuesday. Fubo, huh? Seen that one in a while. Yeah, trying to poke its head up there. Yeah, I've been kind of surprised at this CrowdStrike. It's a big name. Really hadn't got a bounce. I mean, 60% haircut, and this is like I said, I'm in a starter from around 100, and yep, I'm closer to probably 101, but this is one where I'm definitely looking to hopefully benefit from on a nice bound that's lagging. All right, I need to put a stop in this Neo on my day trade. The bar reversal here. What is that? 53. There's a SON alert. Let's see this Neo where you might want to go to. What is the high of this bar right here? 63. So it's there. It's through that one. I'm in no hurry there. Hey, don't be coming in here whispering.
I'm whispering at you. Hey, listen, I hear you talking about swing trading all the time,
Mhm.
and when you talk about adding to my swing, within reason, how many, I know it probably changes from week to week, but how many stocks would you have in your swing portfolio? Within reason.
Well, yeah, no. Well, let's just take a look because I got them all in here. These are all my swings right now.
No,
So
okay,
yeah.
I gotta see your
So
screen.
now
Okay.
this is not my size. I go a little bit heavier in here. So uh but these are the positions. These are all my positions. So
Oh,
I
so,
will
okay.
yeah. So yeah,
You got a
it's not
lot.
it's
You've
yeah, it
got
is a
quite a
lot. It
few.
is a lot. Now, what I'll probably do is uh thin out today.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I'll be taking some more profits probably at the end of the day. Just we've had a nice move going into a weekend. I don't know. I was telling the other guys when I see this kind of euphoria, people buying all the junk, the all the stuff that's been beaten up pretty bad. I get a little nervous. That usually to me is a time to start selling some, paring down, selling some. That's just me personally.
When your Uber driver starts telling
There you
you that
go.
he's in the
That's
market,
right.
yeah,
That's
or
right.
your hairdresser, or
That's
yeah,
right.
that's the old adage.
Yeah.
Interesting though, but you have quite a few, you've really got a because I thought that you would get into something and then maybe hold it for a 2 or 3 day swing and then get out and get something else, but you have some longer term ones.
I do. Well, a lot depends on the market, Barry. When we're trying to come up from a bottom, I think it would be foolish to just take a quick 2-day move.
Hmm.
Because now, if I'm doing a swing when markets at all time highs, then I'm like, oh man, we could be heavy up here. I'm gonna take some
Hmm.
profits quicker, but a lot depends on the market. Uh, like this Meta, I bought the other
Yeah.
day, you know, come on.
Had a
You can
nice
see,
move.
yeah,
Had a
that little
nice
break
move
right
this
there,
morning.
break right there. So I've been in this thing for now. It's getting up here to this 200 moving average, and I've already taken some off. You can see, uh, I've taken half off, I think, yesterday, but
Hmm.
uh, it's getting a little bit long in the tooth. But yeah, I'm not no, especially when I take half off. I'm not in a hurry to
Right.
make a move.
Interesting. I had no
Uh,
idea you were in so many at the same time. I had no idea.
yeah, yeah. Now this is mostly my 401k. Now I have another account that I
Hmm.
day trade in.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So uh, But I love trading actively in my 401k.
Right.
But especially since we moved over to Schwab and we have free commission. So yeah, now when I tell you what, when it gets difficult is I was telling the guys earlier, it's like when you have these really good positions and I'm like you, I've been trading kind of short term my whole life. So what happens is I see some profits. I sometimes will just get out just to take the profits. And of course, if the market is turning and we have another bull market, then I'm like, kicking myself for getting out of some of the positions.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my friend,
Uh,
it is now 1 o'clock Eastern time, so
all right. All right,
I'll
Barry.
relieve
Well,
you of your duties.
all right.
Have a
All
great
right.
weekend, Eddie.
You too, buddy.
Obviously, a couple of big games on Sunday. I'm interested in those, of course.
Yes. 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 My Cowboys got kicked out, but I wasn't surprised. Uh,
Yeah,
oh, well.
kind of a weird. Yeah.
I
Enough
think
said.
I don't think they're going to ever go anywhere with Dak. I hate to say it, but
Yeah.
just seems to be the way it is. I don't think he has
Good
that
regular
it
season.
factor.
A little
Yeah.
sketchy in the playoffs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
All
my
right,
friend, I'll
buddy.
take over the stream and
Have a good
have a
one,
great
Barry.
weekend.
Everybody have a good weekend out there. Bye bye.
All right. All of the rooms. Okay, so let me get rid of my announcement. Boy, that AI is still super strong, super strong. You can see it's 31 cents from my exit. When does Powell speak? Probably not today. I doubt if he's speaking. They rarely do it on a Friday, so I don't know when he speaks next week sometime. I don't know. I don't know when the FOMC is again. Just do a calendar search, Michael. You can FOMC. Do a Google search. You'll probably find out on your own. Well, I gotta say, GME is having a nice little run. I actually did what I would call a real scalp short earlier on this one, and I was waiting to see if it get closer to 19. That's a big run now, though, for GME. Big run. Again, they won't give it up completely. How is next Wednesday? Okay, so FOMC is next Wednesday, Michael. You can do a lot of this. No, I'm not trying to be mean, but you can do a lot of this on your own. Anybody can. I don't just mean you, but anybody can. How's AMC doing? Yeah, so the memers are getting a little bit of a bid here, guys. And I'll even look at Bed Bath and Beyond, Triple BY. Not really, not really. So they're leaving this one alone right now. How about Carvana, CVNA? Yeah, Carvana's getting a bid also. Luce has been on a bit of a tear. Wow, look at this. Luce has been on a mega tear here as traders circulate rumors that the public investment fund is preparing to buy out the remainder. All right, well, that's a rumor, guys. That is a rumor. Sure, you guys probably saw that before. Now, guys, I am actually short FIBK. Not been loving the spread, but I'm actually short FIBK. FIBK showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown up here. I didn't take it at 34. I took it on the 34 break. Okay, it was on my break, but I'm always sitting around. It's not like I just wander away. So, and I also noticed that it was not that this influenced me that much, but it's also an AI alert. Way higher, 34.93. So it's an AI alert. Probably it's the only one that's really doing much today, is what I'm talking about. Now it got stopped out. I'm sorry, did not get stopped out. Sorry, sorry, sorry. But it took a profit save. I mean, it basically, I mean, that's why I'm saying, use the AI. You better manage these trades on your own. Get the alerts and then figure out a way to manage them because, the AI got out of that trade for no profit. So, and this is an earnings play. Okay, so it is an earnings play, FIBK, a regional bank. And I think I look left, and the next low looking left is 33.74. So a little bit of room, not much. Meanwhile, Tank, you should still be in BuzzFeed. But anyway, look at this. So, yesterday's candle was big. This candle is way bigger. Look at the volume, 170 million. We thought yesterday's volume today's volume will eclipse yesterday's. More than likely, we've got 204 million yesterday, 171 now, another 3 hours for the market. Oh, but you had a plan, and that was on that high, that weekly chart, 360. Could have easily have stalled in a big way and moved down. It just, in this particular case, it didn't happen like that. So I would say this is a big success today. The 10-day daily breakout on a day. Look at this market though, up, big move down, another nice big move up, but still topping tails and bottoming tails. So look at this alert here for BZFD, 951 at 307, $4 now. The sound was quick, 11:23 at the time of the alert at $2, got all the way up to 241. AI, well, another great one, 1623, got up to 1770 before it started to pull back a little. And then the last one, XM, which was an earnings play, I believe, yesterday, 1510. Not bad. I mean, it got up to 1570 before it pulled back. And then let's take a look on the downside, 896. I don't think this actually didn't move that much. Market's too strong. I guess it just kind of moved with that market. And then this is the one I'm in right now, FIBK. Not doing too much, but meanwhile, Lucid just massive move here, guys. A massive move from basically sleeping for until 10:45, 11 o'clock, actually. So the first hour and a half. So the first I see about this was at 12:23. Now, it could have happened earlier, of course, but traders circulating Betaville rumor. Betaville? Oh, that's right. That's the Saudi sovereign wealth fund. Oh, okay. Oh, and you know what happens if all of a sudden they come out and say that's not true? Kaboom. So be careful. Is Riven also moving in sympathy? Yeah, Riven's moving also in sympathy, I guess. Like, that's exactly what they say, higher in sympathy. Okay, well, okay, but this is the, okay, Tesla and the Lucid Group. Hmm. Give me a moment, please. That was a quick moment. There's another EV play, so the EVs are probably, well, I'm sorry, this is not an EV play. No, EVTL. Blue collar, are you around today? I haven't seen you posting. Look at the CDLX. I mentioned this hours ago, it seems. Right around here, 728, almost a dollar move. Guys, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back in. Boy, oh boy, this Lucid is just on that rumor. Wow. Now, guys, again, if you took this one, I mean, hopefully, it depends where you took it, but hopefully you've taken some out because you never know if they come out, Saudis come out and say, you know what, that's a fake rumor, fake news, fake news. Seriously, you got to be careful. Now, but look at all the EV plays now. FSR, Fisker, FSR, doing the same thing probably. Look at FSR, boy, you've got your pick now. Okay, meanwhile, guys, the market now is putting in a couple of red bars here. What time is it? 1:17. So 8 minutes for this one to close. Sorry, 13 minutes for this one to close. Even Nikola and NKLA, even Nikola is moving. FUV, another EV player. They're all moving. Holy smokes. Now take a look at this one. 259 is the high. 259 is the next high looking left for FUV. I mean, if it wants to keep running, I mean, there's your next high is 613 or so. Meanwhile, I'm in this boring short of FIBK. And how about Solo? There's another one that Canadian EV player, SOLL. Yeah, sort of, but sub $1, unbelievable. Oh, it's the idea. Oh, why am I not hearing it? Hmm. All right, where could this open? So there's the Lucid halt at 1340 right now, below. So it doesn't necessarily 100% mean it's going to open here, of course, when it comes out of its halt. But if you're in this one right now, you would like to see a number above 1340. Okay, but we'll see what happens in 5 minutes if it does open in 5 minutes. Oh, I see. It actually got halted several times though. So halted at 11:18. When it resumed, it got to 11 and then popped. This is just as always. No wonder I didn't see this. I was just talking to Andy in our YouTube room when all this happened, just before I took over the YouTube room. Yeah, I don't see that 899. Yeah, that's not. It's no, it's not. It's 13 right now. This is. I trust IB Interactive Brokers. We don't want to scare people who might be in this. All right, a little move down for the boring one I'm in, FIBK. That's okay. Now the key is 33.74, right at it. Is it going to be able to, is this going to hold it or am I going to get it through? Am I, as if I have anything to do with it? You know, here's another one, guys. You would think this was an EV player, but look at Beyond Meat. Look at Beyond Meat. And this is a Beyond Meat, not Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat, BYND, and look at that. Wow. You want to copy this, print this one out, guys. This is a classic red bar ignored. Okay, you'll hear me talk about red bar ignored, red bars ignored, green bars ignored. This is absolutely classic. Look, especially when you have this tremendous uptrend. Let me just bring up a bigger 15-minute chart so that you can see what I'm talking about. Get Beyond Meat on here. I mean, look at this huge uptrend, a pause in the uptrend. That red candle is completely engulfed by the previous one. And on top of that, I give it extra points because it's got a bottoming tail. You know, what does that mean? It means the sellers tried to knock it down a little bit, but the buyers at least they closed it up here. And then this buyers came back in. And if it goes above the high of that red candle, that is a potential buy signal, which was 1881. Okay. So again, uptrend, a pause in the uptrend continues. You know, you want to print this one out. That is a fabulous. It doesn't matter what time frame. This just happens to be on the 15. Look at this move off that red bar ignored. So, you know, this is a case in which you think, oh man, I've missed the whole darn thing. And I mean, yeah, have you missed this massive move from 16 to, but you still get a great, because remember, it's all about risk reward. So, I mean, the idea then, you'd be putting your, you know, your stop sort of what I do if I see these in time, I would put my stop at the low of the body of the red candle, not the tail. So if you got in at 1880, your stop is what, 1857 or so. So a 23-cent stop. Can I make 46 cents? Does it make sense? So 1880 is 1926. So, you know, the thing is that you'd be looking at a chart and checking to see, okay, where is the next high? Does it make sense for me to take this? And in this case, it would have made perfect sense. And this has got nothing to do with what you think of the company. This is just, you know what? These are just symbols. They're just symbols. Doesn't matter what they do, who they are. They're just stock symbols with a pattern. Was he? Okay. All right. Well, meanwhile, my FIBK short, so that's 33.74. The next low is 32.94. I'm not suggesting it's going to get there, but hey, that's close to 33. Let's see how much more this has got. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. Meanwhile, Lucid just opened and it opened higher, or at least didn't collapse yet. I don't think anyway. No, yeah, it opened higher. Wow. What an insane move. And it won 6 races starting probably about right here. Well, I guess I better do my video on Lucid. I was gonna do it on AI, but a little more exciting to do it on here. Ah, my FIBK is giving me way more than I thought. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:26. So I'm going to be back. I'll put 1:36. Oh, this FIBK it turned out great, guys, for me anyway. I mean, because I had a 10 cent, I had about a 5, 6 cent stop on it. Got in at 33.94, 5. Was going to exit right around that whole number, and so you got about a 5, 6 cent stop. And I've just taken some out at the whole number, 50. So that's almost like a 1 for 9 risk reward. 45 cents, yeah, 45 cents, risking a nickel, making 45 cents. There is a 1 for 9 risk reward. Anyway, I got to do my video, and it's still working. Wow. All right, guys, I'm back, and wow, turned into a great day, exciting day. Another one going, PSNY, Polestar, another EV player. Yeah, the addictive part of it, yes. And also No Till. So No Till is in our YouTube room talking about trading, paper trade. Now you don't have to trade your paper account in IB. You can trade. You can use. It's. I think it's a lot simpler to use our simulator, but nonetheless, yeah. You start off with $100,000. But what I would do is, so you don't get a false sense of what could really happen, is you should only trade. If you only have a $25,000 account or a $10,000 account, you should trade like that's what you've got, even though you might have access in a simulator to 100,000. Okay, good, good, yeah. Because obviously $100,000 that gives you in theory about $400,000 margin, but you don't want to go crazy. So guys, FIBK, that is it for me, and that turned out to be a nice little trade. The minute it started moving back up off that 40 mark and close to 50, I got rid of everything else. Wow, halted again. So there it is. There's your halt, 1520. Okay, good. That's the right way to do it, No Till. Like, you got to treat the not just yourself, but anybody, treat the simulator like it's your real money, okay? And otherwise, if it makes no sense to try to use it unless you treat it like seriously. I wish I'd known what this news was all about a little earlier. Again, I was just getting off my break. Well, the attraction certainly is to start shorting some of these things, but man, it's till Lucid stops. Now, Fisker is an interesting one because look at the 200-day moving average, 865. Okay, so it got right into the 200-day moving average, got within pennies, I guess. Yeah. So, and remember, this is just moving. It's a sympathy play. Boy, GME is romping here, guys. I have to admit, staying power in these is crazy. I mean, that's a big move. Hey, Patrick, yes, I see around 12:22 Eastern, so it's quite a while ago, over an hour ago, about the bouncers and bounce plays and toppers. Well, guys, I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, 2249 is your next high looking on that on the daily chart for GME. So the question in our YouTube room, how many windows can you bring up with trade ideas? I have two monitors. Can I have them loaded with separate windows? So the answer is yes, okay, but don't go crazy because you don't want to have so many windows open and getting alerts firing at you left and right that you're clicking like mad and getting nothing done, okay? So in theory, there's no real limit, okay, but just don't go crazy. I mean, I've got I have three monitors. You know, here's something I have on my one of my other monitors. This is my gap continuation on another monitor. Okay. Notice how many alerts I get. Not many. I may have, I may even have too many windows. However, they don't give me many alerts. Okay. They don't give me many alerts. So there's no limit. Now, if you have top lists, though, if you're using top lists, I would, you would want to maybe limit the number of rows in the top list. I mean, I know in theory you can have 1,000, but if you have several like that, top list windows, and to the max, your system can really slow down. Yeah, make sure that don't say that, Mitchell. You notice I haven't used the P word in probably 2 years. Wow. So I'm saying, I mean, this Lucid now it's through the 200-day moving average also. You're looking to swing, Foxo? Really? Good grief, this is just not wanting to stop. Well, I mean, you can just try us out for a month, no till. You know, there's no long-term contract you have to. Our standard service is fine. You know, it'll cost you what 118 less 15%, and if you like it, then you can just keep going. It'll cost you 118 a month after that, but I think we're unique, guys. I mean, as a scanner, I mean, we've got all the real-time scanning capabilities. Charting, we're not, necessarily, but our charts are going to get better. I know that. I've seen, I think, the prototype. Our charts are going to start to become like other charting programs out there, remembering that this company never even thought they'd have charts in the first place. It was just a scanning tool, and you would attach the tool to your broker and you would use your broker's charts or somebody else's charts. But our charts are going to take a bit of a leap forward in terms of the number of indicators and all that you can put on. Not that that affects me because I'm not an indicator guy, but what are my thoughts on swinging AI? Okay, let's take a look at AI. Again, all I'm doing is I'm just looking left. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1915. I mean, so it does have some room, but as always, if you're going to swing this one, and it's through the 200-day, that's nice. Okay. If you're going to swing this one, where are you going to put your stop? Okay. Because you still have to have a stop if it's not working. And so consequently, wherever you put your stop, you may get stalled at 1915. Okay. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you took this trade right now at 1768. That's $1.47 away. So could you realistically, to get at least a 1 for 2, could you put your stop at 73 cents away, which just happens to be $17? I mean, is that something that is realistic? I mean, I suppose if you look at that 15-minute chart, but a lot of people, they'll say maybe try to put the low of the day. I mean, then you're talking about a pretty wide stop. Okay, so that's my thought process. Not that I swing very much, but it doesn't really matter whether I'm swinging or intraday trading. That's my process. Where can it go before I think it could stop? And okay, is that enough room from where I'm going to put my stop to make at least a 1 for 2 on a risk reward basis? So I mean, if you put your stop at 17, I mean, it's possible, but is that a good stop? I don't know. I mean, that's just, happens to be the kind of the lows of that 15-minute chart right there, or candles on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, Patrick, that's why I use IB News. Okay, that's exactly the reason why I use IB headlines instead of ours. I mean, ours are good for longer term news. If I want to go back a little bit, and you're right, sometimes it gets all jumbled up. You get, it's kind of a Google search, etc. And they're aware of it, completely aware of it. But to be honest, I use IB's headline news, and it's pretty darn good. Who's your broker, Patrick? I mean, every broker must have something like what IB has. They must. You're welcome, Prana. Well, then you should be using IB's headline. I think IB's headline is, for a service that's included with the brokerage platform. I think it's pretty darn good. Has lots of stuff, almost real-time Benzinga stuff, but it's got lots of. I think it's very good. So for instance, how I use our news is sometimes in the morning, but mainly IB. But for instance, if I'm looking and thinking, why is this stock only started looking like trading a couple of days ago with this symbol? I probably won't find that in IB. I'd have to do some scrolling, etc. Whereas I can just click on our news and I can get the news from several days ago. So that's when, that's when I'll use this. But even here, I mean, Lucid stock jumps amid, Saudi fund takeover speculation. Even that is here, seeking alpha. And it's halted again. Lucid's halted again. Again and again and again. I don't know if shorts were available earlier at Interactive Brokers, but they're certainly not available now, which is probably a very, very, very good. And this is what I'm saying. I mean, look at Zach Scanner, okay? These are topping plays. So here's the first alert for Lucid, 1221, 956, 966, 1113, and so on and so on and so on. Really hard to find a top. Now, what Zach would say when hopefully he'll return someday is that, if a stock's got news, you've got to be very, very careful. But he does say that, the same thing on the downside, if you're trying to play a bounce, but if a stock has had, terrible news, bad earnings, some kind of a press release, kind of all bets are off. I mean, you can still maybe try to find a bottom and maybe find a top if the news is good, but not as easy. Very, very hard to play hard bounces and tops, guys. Not for new. I wouldn't think that new people should be trying to do that. Well, let's see where could this open now. Why does the stock get halted? The quick answer, it's volatility. Okay, so a stock has moved a certain percentage in a period of time. Okay, so if that happens, I mean, there's probably a more fancy definition, but that's how I explain it. And so a stock gets halted. Usually they are 5-minute halts, just to sort of, everybody can take a breath. And you can see, they usually are 5-minute halts. I can see right now that these are not quite, that one was at a 6-minute halt, but typically I would say that 90, maybe even 95% of halts in general are 5-minute halts. So you see this one here, Lucid, got halted at 117 plus 12 seconds. It opened at 122 plus 12 seconds. This one got halted again at 126 plus 43 seconds, opened exactly 5 minutes later. Now, usually if it's not a 5-minute halt, then it will usually be a multiple of 5. So the next one would be 10. And don't ask me why some are 10. I think it's something to do with the marker makers trying to line up. I really don't know. I don't get too involved. I don't care, it's just market mechanics and all. Meanwhile, AI has just exploded again, guys. AI has just exploded again. Now, if somehow it takes out 1915, then your next high is 2042, and then way up here. I mean, depends how aggressive you want it. You want to be. I was originally going to do my video on AI, but how could I not do it on Lucid? Now, this could be the big key rash now, guys. Look at this. Halted at 1780. 15 projection. Now, it doesn't mean that's going to happen, but this is the first time we've seen like a big potential gap down. And again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So this is obviously going to be more than a 5-minute halt. It got, what time did it get halted? Sometimes when the halt is so quick, we don't catch it in our halts resumes. So I don't see, what time was it halted again? There's probably a way within Interactive Brokers to know. Well, AI is just, I don't see any news on this either. I mean, it's just because it says AI in the name, guys. I mean, AI, not ours, but AI, chat AI. But I see no news other than lawyers trying to sue them or trying to get a class action. Yeah, I mean, look, it'd been awesome if you could. Okay, I think this is the top 866. Sure, and it moves down to 745. Not easy. Oh no, Michael. Michael Anthony saying, why is it? What's going on with CSX? When beat earnings? I don't know. I mean, what did they talk about in terms of guidance? For the next quarter. Maybe they didn't beat by enough. Maybe the analyst expectations were higher. I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons. You'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure out, though. You think, oh man, great looking earnings report. What they had earnings on the 25th after hours, so the reaction was yesterday. Not good at all. So the fact that you think they beat earnings and all, again, I didn't read the report. Did they beat by enough? All sorts of other metrics. Did they guide poorly for the next quarter? All right, Lucid just opened, guys, and it opened not terribly, 1575. Let's see if it gets back down to that 15. Yeah, this might be, it's hard to pronounce it over. It got down to 1442, hop right back up. That could be it though, because now it's going to get halted again. It's going to get halted again. You can, how can I tell? Look at the bid ask hanging tough right there. There you go. There's your halt. Even Sava had a little bounce today, guys. Sava right into the 200-day moving average, 29.52. So it's got into the 200-day. Will that stall it? Now this is on sort of my do not trade list because I find it, but later on in the day, maybe it's a little sort of settles down, well, settles down in terms of a trend. So there's Sava, 29.52 is the 200-day. Now look at the projected open now for Lucid, 1464 in the halt, 12. So okay, guys, I'm just again reading some internal stuff. So Pilgrim's Pride, PPC is showing up in Zach's bounce scan. Next low looking left is 20, say 24. Okay, so that could hold it. And if the market keeps moving higher, but as Dak pointed out, there are some topping tails here on the 15-minute chart. So here's a, well, maybe an idea. So it's got halted at 1464. Looks like it's going to have a bit of a gap down, 1275, if that holds. But if it pops through 1464 again, that could get people interested. So I am going to stick an alert around 1469 and see if it takes that out at some point, because it did get as high as almost 18. Very risky. Especially, you never know. The company itself could come out and say, we know of We know nothing of the sort regarding the Saudis taking the rest of us private or buying. I don't know what percent they own of Lucid, but I know it was a pretty big investment at the beginning, and they're probably not that happy. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, now I'm back, and so Lucid halted again. So it resumed. No, it did not resume. Okay, first of all, Sam, is that in your a real account or in the simulator? And the other thing is that it could have just blown through that 1750. Just because you put a stop in doesn't mean it's going to execute there. Okay. Well, just because you put a stop in, and if it's your real account, that'll be something. You can send the login, but if something, especially if it gets halted, but just because you put a stop in at a certain price, a stop that is really trading wildly, it can blow right through your stop price. And you might get out a few shares maybe, but other than that, was it in the halt? So where did you take this to put a stop at 1750? Because the high of the day was 1780. So what, you took it right at the high? Well, again, I can't explain it other than the fact that something that is so rapidly trading, it can blow right through. Just because you want to get out at a certain price doesn't mean it's going to execute. It's something like this. Yeah, if you had a limit, well, he had a limit stop. So yeah, you put a market stop. Well, yeah, you'll get filled, but it may not be, it may not be where you want. But that's why you got to be awfully careful on these ones that have gone absolutely crazy. So when you say a stop, you mean a profit target of some sort? Because you say you took it at 1366 and you had a stop at 1750. So it was some kind of a profit target? Again, I can't answer the question. You have to, if you want, you can send your files. Just go to account and help and send files to support and they can check the log. I can't answer the question. I mean, it's impossible for me to know. And I don't look at the logs, okay? But you can send your log. That's why you gotta be awfully careful on these ones that are, have gone parabolic. The option's 12 cents to 9.75 for Lucid. That's what I thought, Shady, but he seems to. I'm trying, this is in YouTube, okay? I'm trying to follow Now, is that true though, Shady, that if you, so you have a stop limit, okay, you want to get out at a certain price and as you say, it gets halted and then when it opens, is it always going to execute then? Even if, So it's always going to execute on that at the market. I mean, I've never been in a situation like that. So, because obviously it could come right back to your stop price, but it's just automatically going to do it. Well, stop limit. So if I put okay, so let's say I got into this Lucid and I was up here, I bought it earlier and it moved up here 781 and I put my stop limit at 17 and then it gets halted up here, but it opens way below 17. It won't execute, will it? If I have a stop limit. I mean, yeah, stop market will get it, yeah, but not a stop limit. Yeah, I assume that. I don't use automation at all, but I mean, assume that because, there's nothing, it could come right back up in theory. Yeah, at your limit or better. Well, that's what I thought. I mean, I'm asking, I know a pretty obvious question, but I just want to make sure. I don't use, I've never automated anything. There's no, well, Prana, it's too loaded a question. What is a good profit percent for getting out of a stock? I mean, remember, it's all to do with your risk reward. So if you can get a 1 for 2, a 1 for 3, a 1 for 4, I don't work in percentages so much. See, because the good profit percent, that infers then that you're putting a probably like a hard number. Like if you set it like this, well, my stop is 1% below my buy, therefore I must get 2%, which is a 1 for 2. The problem I have with that, and listen, this is not, I'm not the be all and end all when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I find that just putting what I would call an artificial, like 1% below my price, that's my stop. That's, in my opinion, it's just artificial. It's not based on anything. I like to base it on what I see in a chart where I see there's some support. Okay. And if it goes down through that support could be 2% away, could be 5% away in theory. It probably wouldn't be, but so it's not a fixed percent. So consequently, I don't work in terms of percent. Hopefully that makes sense. Listen, I'm not saying, I mean, I know there are people that say, well, every trade I get into, I've got a 1% stop. And that's fine. If it works for you, great. And they are our lines as Dak is talking about, I mean, if I, so for instance, let's say for fun, for SI, I mean, I'm not going to do the math, but let's just say for fun, okay, let's just say for fun that if I took this trade at 1340 and 1373 represented a 1 for 2 risk reward, okay? And then I could put another line up above saying, well, that would be my 1 for 3, that would be my 1 for 4, okay? I mean, it's a little tedious, but I'm also not in many trades at the same time. If you're new to trading, I would not be in more than 2 at a time, two at the same time. So let me try to understand again, Sam. You had the stop at 1750. You got into the trade at 1366. So you expected that when it got up to 1750, which was some kind of a profit target, that it would have triggered? Is that what you mean? And then it got halted at 1780? Well, look at this market. No, okay, then I'm not, and it's sort of irrelevant because you're gonna have to probably send your logs in. I mean, I cannot tell you why something happened without seeing the logs, and I don't look at the logs, so Chris is very good at that, and a couple of the other guys are good. Well, I understand you put the stop immediately after your purchase, so you got in at 1366, and you said you had your stop at 1750, which sounds like a profit target. Or, okay, I think now I understand. No, it couldn't. If you put a stop in at 1750, then it roared up to 1780, but then it got halted, and obviously it blew. You would have had no opportunity to sell at that stop at 1750 when it came out of its halt. Anyway, send it to go to our account. Sorry, go to help and send files to support. Okay, and they can take a look at the log. BRCC. All right, guys, this may have another run in it. I'm looking at Lucid, LCID. Might have another run in it. It's halted again. What I'm seeing is 1295, so a little bit above the 1289. The other thing is that it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP, which is 1231, maybe. So it could have another run in it. Market, another hour and a half. The market is still lifting, lifting, lifting. All right, guys. GME is strong, guys. I got to admit. moving from 1970 to 2323. I mean, that is a strong move. Ticks me off, but hey. 2370 is the next high looking left. 2370, the next high looking left. Okay, go EV, guys. This is obviously another EV player. It had the pullback, but look at this. Go EV. Now, the only issue is next high looking left, probably too close. 140 and over here 150. So it just to me doesn't look like it has enough room to keep moving. To me. All right, Lucid came out of its halt, guys, and with a little pop. We got halted at 1295, so it's at 1318 right now. But you know, this is really dicey now, because traders are going to look to see what happened here from 18 down to 1170. Well, definitely been an exciting Friday afternoon, Friday, but Friday afternoon. Just a little pullback for AI, not a lot, but a little one. Got up to 1818 or so, so a little pullback below 18. Another cheap one for you guys, IMBI, 92 cents. All right, guys, I'm getting set in about 20 minutes to put myself on mute. The room will be open till about 3:20. So have any questions? Don't be shy. I see what Shady's looking at, kind of a bit of a consolidation on the 15. How much is it trading? Pretty good. This is out of Mumbai. Look at this one, guys. BRCC. This is almost an all-time low. Basically, an all-time low right now. BRCC. I wonder where the all-time low is. 575. That looks like the all-time low right here. 575. Or very close anyway. Like coffee and other food and beverage products. Okay, so BRCC. Unfortunately for them, not doing too well. Not an earnings play. BRCC, not an earnings play. I wonder any specific reason? Not really. But all-time low right now, guys. All-time low now for this little company, BRCC, 53 million in the float. Even Robinhood's getting into the act here. So Robinhood, HOOD, 1040 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And then after that, 1254. And it held the 200-day moving average, which is 957, held it. Yeah, I mean, the next high looking left is 1040. 1040 is the next high looking left on the weekly. I think that's it, guys. Lucid is was halted on the way down now again. That's probably looks like it's over. Famous last words, but seriously, I thought maybe, just maybe, if it held that 13 level, it might have a shot, but doesn't look good now. Yeah, BZFD is trying to get over 4 again. Boy, oh boy, the tattooed chef, TTCF. This was such a this is one of those SPACs, I think back in 2019, maybe. Eagerly anticipated. Did well for a bit, I think, but wow, just nothing. Yeah, I got up to, I think it started trading, yeah, 2020 actually. October of 2020, so over 2 years ago. Then it got up to what, 27.61, $1.49 now. The guy is starting to slow down now, obviously, as we another hour and a half left in the market. Well, market hours. Here's one, VIRT had earnings on the 26th, over 20 now. Look left, has some room, 2049. 1972 is the VWAP, so just over the VWAP. If you are desperate to make a little trade somewhere. Yeah, unfortunately, our provider still has not given us the proper data for WISA. It is not up 8,400%. It's a reverse split, a 1-for-100 reverse split. Yeah, slight delay here in my charts. I'm gonna reset on my connection. Mentioned this Go EV earlier. I just think there's too much resistance between here and 150. Oops. BYND, just kind of basing here, just basing some 15-minute candles kind of right around the area. Let's see if it holds that and starts to move higher again. It got as high as, wow, got as high as 2038, 2040. So it's got room to the high of the day. Not saying it's getting there, just saying, I mean, that is, if this 19 holds for Beyond Meat, BYND, you could have a late day little run. Yeah, rarely do we see the same stock in the large cap gainers and biggest cap gainers from the open, especially at the top of the leaderboard. Okay, so the question is from our YouTube room. Can one plan from Trade Ideas be used on a PC and on an Apple product like the iPad? Okay, so you can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. Okay, there's no limit there. You can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time. Okay, so that's number one. But number two, on a tablet, iPad, or on a tablet, you have to use our web-based version. Okay, so it's not quite as, for instance, you don't have the ability to practice trading on the web-based version because that Brokerage Plus window that we see here is not available. Okay, but so that is a limitation, and also the races are not available. Races should be relatively soon available in the web-based version. There'll be a merger of the downloadable app and the web-based version. I mean, they'll start getting closer and closer in functionality. So I guess the answer is yes, you can have it on a PC and an iPad, just not open at the same time. And again, with the limitation that you have to be using our web-based version on the iPad. Okay. Look at this market surge. 1, 2, 3, 4, straight up for an hour and almost an hour and 15. This was going to close in, that candle is going to close in about minute 40. I forgot about looking at Wayfair. Look at this. Talking about this as a potential swing for people. I mean, this not an earnings play. This was not earnings, but I had a bunch of analysts putting some pretty impressive price targets on them for W. If I were more of a swing trader, I would have been certainly following this one quite a bit. That's a great move. Look at this move. I mean, 14%, $8. Great move for Wayfair. It was Beyond Meat, guys. BYND trying to make a little move here. BYND. And Poe strikes again on his bottom fishing plays. All right, guys, getting close to putting myself on mute in about 3 or 4 minutes to put myself on mute, and then I'm here though. I can ask any question. I'll hop right back on the mic. This one was beaten up NTLA. Let's take a look at Edit because Edit, NTLA, and there was always one other one that used to trade very similarly. Yeah, so similar pattern, way cheaper Edit. All right, keeping an eye on this BYND. I may take this one. Pretty late for me, but if it gets back up to that 1925, it seems to be wanting to hold the 19 level. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute. Again, I'm here. All you have to do if you want to, sorry, I just got my announcement in. I'll hop right back on the mic if you have a question. And before I put myself on mute, just one last look at my homepage. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So there's a promo code you can use to get 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. If you do that, please do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're brand new to trading, I really highly recommend this, okay? I do my daily stock of the day video you can sign up for. The trade of the week, I wonder what it'll be on Monday. You'll get it Monday morning, about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Free service. All the education links are here. And here are my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. So save my link. You take out a subscription. Appreciate if you use my link, my homepage link, that promo code. Room gets credit. I get some credit. And also, though, saving my link, you have access to my scans and this big education section. What I've tried to do in the education section is to take most of the things you'd probably want to see from our homepage and put it here. Okay, muting myself now. All right, guys. Beyond Meat has come right back now. Beyond BYND had the little pullback, getting a little more interested. A little late for me to take a new trade, but well, a little pullback. I think if we can take out 19, what's the high here? Get 1925, 1930. This could have a little late day run. How does SPWR look for more upside? SunPower from our YouTube room. Well, I mean, on the daily chart, 1820 is the next high. So yeah, I mean, 1820 is the next high. So I suppose it does. And then after that, you've got 19. So it's got a little bit of room. I'm not saying to buy it, but if I looked at this daily, I'd say, okay, it's got some room, a little bit of room to run. Look at this market. What's TAN doing? You know, because it's going to be very linked to the sector. So TAN is up, but it's a sector play. You know, I don't think it has earnings in February, middle of February. So, you know, it's really tied into what the sector is doing. The only issue you have with things like solar plays, oil, gold, silver, you know, the whole thing. I mean, they're very tied into the sector. I never talk. Yeah, I have never bought crypto. I know nothing. Well, I know nothing about it. I don't trade crypto. No. I know BITO is a crypto ETF. That's about my extent. And I know some of the crypto players, but in terms of stocks. But yeah, I mean, look at this. You're right. I mean, look at this. Crypto is obviously having some kind of a pop right now. What is it at now? 21,000, 22,000, 20,000, 23,000? Bitcoin anyway. What is it at now? But obviously something is happening here. There's a lot of volume that just came in to BITO. Well, I mean, Baba, you could talk about, you know, I mean, if I don't prevent it, it's not like I prevent it. It's just that there's not, you know, not a lot of interest. I mean, mainly people want to, the interest would be in playing the crypto stocks, I suppose, but not talking about buying Bitcoin or Ethereum or all the other ones. No, we don't because we don't scan for it. So I don't prevent people from talking about it, but you know, it's generally speaking, we're in a stock. This is a stock forum. One moment, please. I'll be right back. No, no till. No, if you take out a monthly subscription and then, 3 months down the road, you decide you want to take out an annual, we'll honor that 15%. You don't need another, I mean, all you have to do is call them, email and say, hey, here's my email address. I want to upgrade my plan to an annual, and I want that promo code. So they'll do it. Well, I shouldn't say anything, but yes, there is talk. We're very close with Alpaca to having them as a partner, sort of like IB. Well, I don't want to call IB and E-Trade partners exactly, but the ability to trade from within, I think, Trade Ideas. But they have crypto. Okay, so I know we are getting closer and closer. Um, but please don't ask me when. Is that next week, next year? I mean, well, it should be sometime this year. Yeah, every marketing meeting that I attend, those marketing sessions at the Tuesdays and Thursdays, are always talking about it. And Alpaca, I know it's getting really close to having Alpaca, and I know they've got a crypto. They do crypto, so I know that we are getting closer and closer. I think one of the reasons why we're now able to branch out in things also is the fact that now we're with these servers, the AWS, with the servers. One of the issues, with our servers before, I don't know how it works technically, but they have to, when our data is expanding, we'd have to buy a server. The other thing too is that our server goes through a bunch of gyrations. I don't know what time, maybe 1 o'clock Eastern, something like that in the morning. That's why you always, always, always should be shutting down Trade Ideas at the end of the day and starting fresh every single day, because there could be some data problems if you don't. But I just think that's good practice anyway. I always shut down my computer every night, so that's not an issue. And save to the cloud. Yes, save everything to the cloud, guys. Everything to the cloud. Individual scans you create, your layouts. You never know what could happen to your computer. And of course, the other big reason is that you can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. So instead of having to recreate every scan from scratch or layout from scratch, all you have to do is make sure it's saved to the cloud, load Trade Ideas on whatever platform you're using, and then just file load from cloud. You've got it. You've got your layout in the cloud or an individual scan. All right, guys, I think that is it. We are getting to the end here. Any other questions? I'll stick around for questions. Otherwise, I will shut the room down now. I do not see any other questions All right. Well, have a great weekend, everybody. And the room will be open. I'll open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock. So again, have a great weekend. We'll see you then.